And
شوفي كده.
Hello, good afternoon. Dream, vacation, beer.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to 2024 NASA Space Apps Bootcamp. I am Mahmoud Amin, Project Coordinator for NASA Space Apps in Dubai, Lain, and Sharqa, and I am thrilled to have all of you here with us today. Today's sessions are designed to provide you with the skills you will need for the challenge. Let me share now with you second day agenda. From 4:10 to 5:40, we will have Eng Muhammad Rudi, lead front-end developer at Yapi. And from 5:40 to 7:10, we will have Eng Asmat Tahir, digital innovation lead at Voice. And then we will have Eng Varna Vision from 7:10 to 8:40, senior UI UX designer at Emirates Group. And now let me leave you with Eng Muhammad Rudi, lead front-end developer at Yapi.
Hi, Mahmoud. Thank you. Thank you for bringing me here today. Hi, everyone. So, today we'll speak about Flutter. So, first, let me introduce myself. So, my name is Muhammad. I'm working as a Flutter developer for Yabi. I'm leading the front end team, and I've been working as a software engineer for more than 6 years. So, now I'll be sharing my screen. So, can you guys see my screen now?
Yes, it's clear.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. So today we'll speak about how to build a cross-platform applications using Flutter. So first of all, what's Flutter? So Flutter it's an open source framework for building a front-end applications. It creates a platform applications from a single code base. So you just write once and it runs everywhere. So you can just produce iOS, Android, web, Windows, Linux, or Mac OS applications using one single code base. So why should I use Flutter? So first of all, Flutter, like building applications using Flutter, it's very fast. So it provides you with a fast development. So if you're trying to make a prototype or you're trying to make an application, uh, like it will be very easy to build it in Flutter. Also, it provides you with a flexible UI. You can create like a flexible UIs using the widgets, and we will know how to do that later. It provides you with a single code base for a forms, so you can run your application in any operating system or any uh, platform you want. Also, it provides you with hot reload feature. So when you are making or developing your application, you don't need to rebuild the application every time you make a change. So let's say you just made a change in a screen and you want to see the changes. You will not need to rebuild the app. You will just you can just click Command S or Alt S, and you can see the changes reflected automatically in the browser or the application you are building. So that saves you a lot of time. Also, Flutter gives you a native performance. So unlike uh, some other tools, I remember like there were some tools like Cordova and I think Ionic. These are um, it's an old frameworks to build applications, but it didn't give you a native performance. So Flutter gives you a native performance. So your application, the application that you will build using Flutter, it's gonna be very fast, same as the applications you create natively. Also, the Flutter community, it's very huge right now. So you will find a big support for Flutter. So if you are looking for like any help or maybe libraries, or you are searching about a problem or something, you will find many people that can help you, and also you'll find a good resources about that. So how to install Flutter? So first of all, you need to go to that URL and you will follow you just need to follow the instructions, but it's quite difficult actually to understand the instructions if you are a beginner. So maybe you can just follow a tutorial on YouTube, or just go chat. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So I think someone having an issue. Uh, okay. Uh, so maybe you can just ask ChatGPT or just ask Bard, and it will just gives you the like how it will guide you on how to install Flutter in your machine. Uh, so now let's see what is Dart. So Dart is an open source programming language. It's developed by Google, and we can imagine that Dart is like we can say it's the core of Flutter. So Flutter is a framework. It's not a programming language. So you can like to interact with Flutter, you need to understand Dart. So so Flutter is a framework. It's built by Dart. So to start developing applications on Flutter, you just need to be familiar with Dart. So why did Google pick Dart for Flutter? Because it's object oriented, so it provides you with classes. You can apply inheritance. You can use interfaces, and that makes like the language easy and good for developing. It's also optimized for the UI, and we will see how's that in the examples that we're gonna do. It's also cross-platform, so the language itself can run on any platform, so that's not a blocker. Also, it has a hot reload feature and also fast development, because the syntax of Dart is similar to TypeScript or JavaScript. So it's very easy to understand the code and to write code. So you don't need to write a lot of code like Java. So there are some data types in Dart we need to be familiar with before we start developing. So we have the integer, and the integer, it stores a whole numbers. So maybe you can store age or just a whole numbers. We also have double, and double is another data type. It can store a numbers with decimal points. So if maybe sometimes you want to present a prices inside your app, so it's better to use double. We have a string, and the string actually it's uh, it stores a characters. So it's an array of characters. So it can store characters, so you can save names, descriptions, anything. Also, you can store the numbers inside the string, but you will not be able to do mathematical operations on that string. So it's better to keep the integers, using the integers and doubles for storing the numbers. Also, we have another data type, and it's very important. It's called Boolean. So that's how we write it in Dart. Bool. So let's say inactive equal true. So the Boolean can store two values, true or false, and that's very helpful in the if conditions. We have also list, and the list also is a very important data structure in Dart we need to be familiar with. So the list can actually store any other data type. So maybe we can have a list of strings, we can have a list of integers, we can also have a list of double, or even we can create our own classes, and we can have a list of like the objects of these classes that we can create. Also, we have a map. Uh, the map is like a dictionary. So we have a key and value, and that key can be a string. So we can set the key to a string, and we can also make the value string. We can have an integer key, and we can have an integer value or a string value. So this is how we can use the map. So we have here the key is name and the value is Mars. The description also is a key, and the Mars exploration is the value. So here, let's see how Flutter works. Uh, that's like an architecture view overview of Flutter. So here we have the Dart programming language, and here we have the Flutter framework that's built on Dart. So it has the widgets, it has surfaces, it has utilities. So these are like helpers that that the platform, the framework provides to help us in creating applications. So first we have Dart, then the framework, and then when we run our application, the code is getting compiled and it's translated to a native code that the machine can understand, and then uh, we can just run that native code on Android or Mac or Linux, Windows, and also we can run it on web. So I think someone have a question. Please go ahead.
My question is how does the framework, like whatever we type, it changes into the native code.
Like how can we, like what we type? Sorry, can you repeat the question because I didn't understand it? Sorry.
Like when we type a code, how does it translate that code into a native code? What process does it use?
Actually, that happens like by like in the compilation process. So like if because we have Dart and the Flutter framework is built by Dart and that's high level language. So in the compilation process, like the code is getting translated to a machine code that the machine can understand, because we all know that the computers just understand zeros and ones. So the process happens in the compilation itself, like in the compilation process.
Okay, thanks.
Welcome. So I think someone else has a question. Please go ahead.
I don't have a question. I just can't be here until 5 because I have to go to a karate class.
I think no problem. Yeah. Okay, let's move forward. So a very important thing we need to know in Flutter is the widgets. So what are the widgets in Flutter? So we can assume that the application we are building is like a building, or it's like a house, and the widget is the small blocks in that building or that house. So we just collect these blocks together to make a big building. And also the widgets has two types, two main types. There is a stateless widget, and we have a stateful widget. The stateless widget is like a view that doesn't change over time. So if I want to represent a data to the user, just the data or just the pictures to the user that will not change over time. So we can use stateless widget. If we want to use, if we want to make the screen or the application like interactive with the user, let's say we want to display a progress bar, or we want to like make the screen interactive, then we need to use a stateful widget, and we will see how can we use that. uh, I think someone has a question. Please go ahead.
Yeah. About the widgets, what happens is that even in iPads also, whenever it says on the top left, it says add widget. So does it have something to do of that also about that?
Sorry, can you raise your voice a little bit?
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, now it's
Yeah.
good.
So normally in iPads, whenever you want to edit the home screen on the top left, you see a add widget. So is that something to do or something?
Oh, you mean in your phone, right?
Yeah, and yeah,
No, that's something else.
because normally it's add widget and
Yeah,
it shows an interactive.
yeah, it has also the widget name. Yeah, but it's not related to that.
Thank you.
Welcome. Muhammad, please go ahead.
Okay, so if you're creating a CSS widget or a stateful widget, right?
Yeah,
How do I get the information? Like we need API and stuff. Where do we get the API from? And what type of API are
yeah.
we
So
getting? Like survey mapping and stuff.
yeah, sure. Look, actually, it depends on the API you are using. So let's say you are using the API. So I guess you you maybe if you are working on application, so you need to build the APIs first, or maybe you have someone to help you building the APIs, and these APIs will be running on a server. And let's say the data is stored on the server. So first you need to do like HTTP calls first, and then bring the data, and then do some operations on this data and render the data on the screen. But that's very advanced topic for now.
Yeah.
Uh, but for in that scenario, so you will need to use a stateful widget. So
Okay.
first of all, you need to bring the data from the server. So I guess you will need to display a loader to the users. So when you go
Yes.
to any platform or any application, so let's say Instagram, Facebook, or X or anything, so you will find a loading progress happening first. So they are fetching the data from the server at that time, and after the data are fetched, then they change the state of the screen and they display the data which is coming.
Oh, okay. Thanks very much. So we don't need to use this API in our project, right? We can if you want to.
Exactly, like if you want, actually, like
Yeah.
Flutter, it is just a tool, and you can use it uh, like as you want.
Okay. Thank you.
And we have like like a many types of widgets in Flutter. We have a pre-built widgets that Flutter already has, like text. We have also column if we want to add things together. We have also row if we want to add views next to each other, and we also like have many widget pre-built widgets we can use in Flutter. So now let's jump into the coding. So first of all, let's open the text editor. So here I'm using Android Studio. So I will create a new project. So Android Studio, actually, it's built for creating native Android applications using Kotlin. But also I can use it for Flutter. So here we need to press File, New Flutter Project. So make sure that Flutter is selected. Next, here we need to set the name of that project. Maybe we can name it sample project. Actually, we cannot give us bases inside that. I think if we try to create that project, they will tell you invalid module name. So maybe you can give underscore. Here is a description of our project, and here is the location, and here is the project type is application. So here is the like the organization, or so maybe you can make it sample dot project. And if you want to build your application and release it, so you need to make sure that the name is not used. You need to come with like a unique name or something. So here we just leave that to Kotlin, Android language. Here is the platforms. Here we can select the platform we want to target. So if we want to only target iOS or Android, then we can like uncheck all the other platforms. But I will keep it checked for now. So here, let's open it in a new tab. So now the project has been created, and that is the default code that we can see when we create a project. So now let's run that application. Let's see what will we see. So here we have the iPhone simulator. Here we need to make sure that the iPhone, the simulator we are running is selected. Then we need to make sure that the main.dart is also selected here. And the main function is the start point of your application. So as we see here, we have main, and it has a function called run application. And here is my app. So right now, the code is being built. But until it works, maybe we can look into the structure of the project here. So here we have the main function, and inside the main function we have my app. So here we have my app. It extends a stateless widget. And okay, so great. So the project is built. So maybe also here we can check the progress. So right now we can see launching library main.dart, and library main.dart is the file that we are viewing right now. And here it's running Xcode build. So it mentioned Xcode build because I'm using Mac, and I'm running the project on iPhone, which requires the Xcode. So the build is done, and then yeah, like there are no errors here. So that's great. So we can see the code is running now. So if we see, that's my app. It has a material app. So that's like a wrapper for your app. So the app is wrapped in in the material app. And here is the title is Flutter demo. Also, we have a theme, so we can apply theme if we want to change the default theme. Maybe we want to change it to blue or something. And here I just pressed Command S, so we can see the color is changed. So if I'm making any change, I can see it instantly, and that's called the hot reload. We also have we have the home page. It's here. So the material app, it has a title, and also it has a theme, and also it has the home. So the home, it should also navigate it should also navigate to another widget. So my app is a widget, and it has a material app. This is the base widget. So always make sure that the base widget is a material app. Then we can delete that code. We don't need it. Also, you have the theme here, that helps you to manage the colors of your app, so the default colors of your app. Also, here we have the home. So the home, it's another widget. So you can think of Flutter, it's like a tree. So the widget is like a tree. So that is the first widget, which is the Flutter app. And we have the second widget is my home page. And also my home page, that's a stateful widget. So they automatically created it. So here they have a function called increment counter. So let's try to press here. So when we press on that button, we will see that number is changing. So that's why they used a stateful widget to change the state. And to change the state, we need to call a function called setState. So we'll see. So that method is connected to that button. So here we have the build function. So the build function, actually, it is a function that's being called when the widget is going to build for the first time, and also when you update the state. So in the stateless widget, that function, it's being called one time only. That's why it's not it's not changeable. Like, we cannot change the state of the stateless widget. But in the stateful widget, if we just call setState at any time, that function is triggered again, and it's rebuilding the page again. So if we see, we have the scaffold. So this is also the screen holder. So that screen, like the whole view, is called a scaffold, and it has a bar. So these are a pre-built, like a pre-created widgets by Flutter framework. So they created these widgets for us to be like to speed the development. So we don't need to build things from scratch. So here we can just use the app bar if we need to have an app bar. If we don't want app bar, we can remove it, but I will just keep it for now. Also, it has a background color. Also, it has a title. So the text also is another widget. So the app bar is a widget, and also the text is a widget. And here we have the body. So the scaffold can have app bar, and also can has body. So in the body, you will see they used a center widget to put these text in center. Also, they have used the column to put two views like below each other in one column. So we can see here that button is called the floating action button. So that's how they used it. So they used the floating action button widget. So on press, they are passing the function, which is incrementing the counter, and also they added a tooltip. It's called increment. So when you do a long press on that button, you can see the increment is coming. Also here, they have used the add icon. So let's see. So now, like, if we press the plus, just adding plus plus. So they just adding one. They are incrementing it by one time. So so when we use counter plus plus, that means that we take the old value and we add one to that value. So if we want to, so let's say we want to increment 2 every time. So then we can say counter equal counter plus 1. We can also press Command S to apply the hot reload. So we can see here it's reloaded. So it's still plus 1. So we need to add plus 2. So now we can see it's adding 2 each time. We can try 10. Yeah, and so on. So now let's just remove that one and let's build a widget from the start. Actually, I don't like to put everything in one file. So to make our project organized, like we should have like multiple. We should make like it's better to use multiple files to organize your code. So now let's see the project files. So here we have automatically generated files. So we have the Dart tools. That's not like we shouldn't care about that. So here we have the Android native files. The build also like it's not like we shouldn't also care about that build. It's automatically generated code. We have also the iOS files because our code supports iOS and also supports Android. So they have generated the files for us, and also it supports Linux and Mac. But the most important here is the library, is the lib file. And maybe we can make a new directory to organize our code. So maybe we can call that directory as screens. So maybe we can make a login screen. So now let's try to build like a login screen and the home screen. So when the user enter a username and password, it should be navigated to the home screen. So first of all, we need to build the login screen. So let's name it. Let's make a new Dart class. It's called login screen, and we'll make it extend stateless widget. So here you can create the files easily. So actually the framework helps you to generate the code very easy. Here we can see that that's automatically imported the Cupertino. So these are the so we have two important libraries in Flutter. We have the Cupertino and also we have the material. So these can help you to use the iOS views. So if you want to use the iOS material design, so let's say you want to use the iOS buttons, the native iOS dialogues or anything, so maybe you need to use that one. But actually I prefer using the material, so I will just import the material library. So here we have the constructor, so we should have the constructor, and then we will return scaffold. So here you can see that the code is being automatically completed because I'm using a tool called Copilot. So actually, I suggest you guys, maybe if you trying to write a code or something, so maybe you should use a Copilot, or always try to use any AI tool that can help you in generating the code very fast. But always you need to take care about what, like, the generated code. So you always need to check the code. Don't always trust the generated code. You need to validate it by yourself. So here at the scaffold, this is a screen holder. So let's say we want to make an app bar, and we want to give it a title login, and the body, let's say we need to be on the center. We want to use a column. So the column is a widget. Let's delete that. So to make a login form, so we'll need to add like 2 input fields, one for the username, and below it should have someone for the password, and we should have button. So we need them to be below each other. So that's why I picked the column. So here we can use text field. So first, let's add a text. So let's say user, please enter your username or password. So we have created that login screen, but we didn't pass it here. So now we need to import it. So now let's run. Perfect. So that is a screen we have created. So here, let's give a background color for the app bar. So we can use the colors. We can just use colors dot, maybe let's make it blue gray, and let's say we want to make the text field, we want to give it a color, a white color. So we can use parameters called the style, and we can use a text style, and that text style, it has color, so it's automatically written. So also, let's say we want to give it a size, font size. Let's make it maybe 20. So now it's smaller. So let's make it bigger a little bit. So you just give it 30. I will keep it at 25. Okay, perfect. So now we have the column. So in the center we have the column and we have the text. So we can make text or text field. So actually the text field, it should has a controller to control the text field. But if you see here, actually that screen, it should be a stateful, not a stateless, because I want to make some interaction. So I want the users to see a progress bar until we validate their data. So I will just convert that that class from stateless to that widget from stateless to stateful. So here we can just need to define the controller. Text editing controller. So we will have a username and we will have a password. So here we need to pass that controller. So we'll see an issue here. So we just need to remove the const from here. So we can make that const. So actually the const here, it means that that widget is not going to rebuild again. So also we need to add another text field. So here, let's see. So we have the first text field and we have the second text field, but also it's not pretty. So let's try to give it some padding or margin. So here we have also a widget called the padding. So you can just click here. Like you will find a lot of helpful functions or shortcuts in your coding or in your editor. So here I can just press on show context action. So we'll see wrap with padding. So padding is also another it's another widget that we can put the text field inside. So here, let's say we have edge sects all. So what does that mean? That means it will add like a 8 pixels padding from all the sides, but I want to give a custom padding. So we can say only from left I want to give it 20, from right I want to give it 20, from top I want to give it maybe 30, and also from the bottom I want to give, let's say, 10. So now we can see the padding there. So let's try to make it let's try to add a hint text. So we have a decoration. So here we have also an input decoration. So let's name it username. Also, let's do the same decoration here. That's password. So here we have the obscure text is set it to true. So that's a Boolean. So that will make the password hidden. Let's also give a padding to that widget. Only left 20, right 20. We need 10 from top. Yeah. I think now it's fine. So I don't want to start. I don't want to give. I don't want my view to start from the center. So I will just remove the center. I will just give a padding for that text from only top. I will give 50 pixels padding from top. Let's make that const. Okay, let's try to give also a style. Text style. That's too big. Let's also give a padding from left 20 and right 20. So if you guys have any question, please go ahead. So here we have the username, and we have the password. And let's put a button. So let's wrap it by padding first. No, let's write the button first. So we have two important parameters. So the first one on breast, and the second one is the child. So on breast, we want it to be a function, so that's how we can define the function. So let's say we want to just print the username. Text, and we also will print the password, and these prints will go here. The child, we let's say we want to add a text inside that button, just a text. We can just call it login. So here is the text. Let's make it larger. So now let's say we want to make that button to take the whole view. So maybe we can try a widget called expanded. No. So, okay, let's try to give a sized box, and we will make the width to infinity. So making the width to infinity, actually, it will automatically wrap. It will take the maximum number for the width. So now we are sure that the button will take the whole width of the screen. Also, we can give it a padding. So we can give padding from the left to 20 to make it consistent. Same as the other views, and from the right also 20, from top 10, from bottom 10. Perfect. So now if I'm clicked, so nothing is being shown because these two text fields are empty. So let's try to add maybe a test, and the password will be test123. So let's press on login. So we can see here that we have the test, and we have the username and the password. So actually these print functions, it can help you to debug the code and to make sure that your functions is working. So it can help you in debugging the code. So now let's try to make the code a little bit pretty. So maybe we can define a function. We can name it login. And let's give a parameters to that function. It will take a string username, and also it will take a string password. So here we can add the login logic. Okay, but let's try to also make that screen interactive a little bit. So I want my users that will use that screen when they press login. So this data will be, let's say it will go to the server, or there will be some validations needs to happen, and this validation, let's say it will not happen instantly. So we want to display a progress or something to the users. So we can make a boolean. It's called is loading. We can make it false by default. And here, let's say, the good thing about Dart that we can write a if conditions inside the widget tree itself. So I want to say if the current state, if the loading is equal to true, I want to display a progress bar. And if it's not true, if it's false, I want to display the button. So we can do it is like that. So if it's loading, so here is, it means return const circular progress indicator. Else we can return the view, that the button that we have created. Okay, but if I press now, nothing will happen. So because we need to change the loading, like we need to change that to true first. So first, let's say we want to change, we will change the whole state. So if we just made is loading to equal to true, nothing will happen, because I didn't order the screen to be rebuilt, so nothing will happen. So in order to make it happen, we need to call a function called set state. So now I did a hot reload. So also nothing is happening. So let's check what is the problem. We don't need that. So maybe we need to rebuild the whole app again, because we changed it. We made a new class. We changed it to stateful widget. Oh no, I didn't call that function inside the button function. So here, let's call that function. So the login function is, we are passing to it the username and the password. So let's also move these print functions here to the login. So here is it. So let's try to rerun it again. So let's try to remove the set state. So if I pressed on login, nothing will happen. So we need to make sure that we do it in set state. So now it's in progress. So we will simulate that we are making a request that will take time. We can call a function called future to delete. So the future to delete is like it's a function. So I'm saying that I want that code to run after 2 seconds or maybe 3 seconds. So let's make it 5 seconds, and let's make hot reload. Now we need to rebuild the app again at that point to see that button. So let's click on login. Let's wait for 5 seconds. So we can see after 5 seconds that code is called, and now is loading is false again. So that's why we saw that button again. Okay, let's now try to make an if condition. Let's restrict the login to a username or password, to a certain username or password. So let's say I want the users who will write admin as a username and 127 as a password, only they will be able to log in to our app. So we can make if condition. So in if condition, we can write the conditions we want. So we can say if the username equal admin and that means I need also to make another condition. So password also equal to 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. I want to do some code. Else, let's say we wanna show an error message to our users. Okay. So first, let's start with the error message. Actually, Flutter also can. There is a snack bar we can use. The snack bars, it's like a pop-up that we can use to in communication with our users. So we can show so here I can use my helper to show a snack bar. Yeah, here is it. So usually I don't memorize the code. So also for you, like, don't memorize the code. Just you can just look for it in like in any time. You can use any tool or can you search on Google, but don't memorize the code. Just understand how like what you like if you like try only to understand the concept. So don't memorize a programming language or anything. Just try to always learn the concept and the pattern of the programming, and then you will be able to do that in any other platform. So so here we made a condition. If the username equal admin and the password is from 1 to 7, then nothing will happen. So right now we didn't implement that logic, so we can make it as to do, navigate to home screen. That's what we want to achieve. Else, if the username is not admin or not, and the password is not from 1 to 7, we will do we will display that snack bar. Yeah. Someone has a question? Please go ahead. You can speak. Okay. So can someone help us? Let me try if I can unmute you. No, I think I can't. Yeah. So maybe the host is away from the keyboard. I'm sorry for that, but I cannot unmute you. I think now you are unmuted.
Yeah. Um. So so how did you get this app?
Which app exactly?
I mean, the app you're using.
Like the one I'm using in
Yeah.
helping me in coding?
Yeah. Which one are you using?
Yeah, I'm using GitHub Copilot. So that's it.
Oh, okay.
So it's a tool created by Microsoft.
Yeah.
It can actually help you and in coding, and it will help you in a lot of things. Also, you can chat with it, I think, but I didn't try that feature before.
Thank you.
Yeah, yeah, here is it. It also has a GitHub Copilot chat, so you can also ask it how can I make text. So look, it can help you in many things. So it's better to use AI. It will help you. It will help you in to be more productive. Yeah, I think someone else have a question. Please go ahead.
The muted the I mean if you want to unmute us, the thing is that we can't unmute ourselves itself. Whenever we unmute ourselves, it's just the ask the host for permission and that, so we can't unmute it by ourselves.
I think, but I'm not the host. Uh, like I think I don't have an option to unmute you guys. I don't have that permission. No, I don't have that permission. Sorry.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, please go ahead.
So this GitHub, wherever you're typing, do we use this for a website or an app both, or just we use it for certain things?
No, you can use it. Actually, just with the coding. So they made that tool that you can use it in your text editor or coding editor.
And what's the name, like wherever you were typing and editing this one?
Yeah, here is it. It's called
GitHub Copilot.
Copilot. Actually, that one is paid. So maybe you can do some research and you will find a free tools like that.
Okay, thanks.
Welcome. So now let's continue. So here let's try to add invalid data. So here it's waiting 5 seconds. So is it we can see the invalid username or password, but let's make it only 2 seconds. But also that doesn't look like an error. So usually we see the errors in red color. So let's try to give a red color to the background. So maybe we can say we can find a property here called background color. So it automatically colors the red. I don't like the straight red, so maybe you can use the red accent. Yeah, here is it. That's what we want. Also, you can let's say you don't know what is the parameters that you can pass to that widget. Let's go. You can go to the snack bar directly, and you can see in the constructors like what uh, what parameters you can use. So they have parameter called elevation, and I guess elevation it gives like a shadow or something. So let's try it. Elevation. Let's give it 8. So elevation, I think, helps if you have some other views below that. So I think it will help in making your snack bar more visible on top of the other widgets. Let's try. What else we can try? Let's try to give a margin. So I'm gonna give a margin of 10 pixels. So we can see a problem happened. So the merging can only be used with floating behavior. So snack bar behavior.fixit was set by default. So I never used that before, but let's check what is that. Yeah, we can see here there is a behavior. So let's go to behavior. So here is it. So we found the floating one. So I guess now it shouldn't break. Yeah, here is it. I think that's more pretty. So we can see the shadow. So again, we can see the shadow here. So maybe we can make it 2, or maybe, yeah, let's make it 2. And also let's give more padding. So maybe we can make it 20 to make it consistent from the left and also from the right. Here is it. So now I think it's fine. So invalid username or password. So here, let's try to make another screen and navigate the users that will enter the wrong username, the right username and the right password. So let's say we need to make a home screen. Okay. So class will have a class, and that class will call it home screen extends stateless widget. So every time you can see that auto imported. So, but we need the material one. Also here we need to override the build method. We also need to have a constructor. So here also we will return a scaffold, and we'll have up bar. Okay, so it's automatically blue-gray. The good thing about that tool, actually, it learns from the code that you already write. So because we made the background of the up bar as a blue-gray in the login screen, so they automatically knows that you will make another up bar, so they guess that you will need it to be in the same color. So they also imported, so they made the title as home, and also the style here same as the one we have. Okay, but we need to make a child. So the scaffold has body, it doesn't have a child. So let's say, so here they generated a column, but I don't need a column. I just want in center, I want to have a text. A text view says welcome to home screen. Okay, let's make it as const. Okay, the password is wrong. So let's try to give admin, right admin, and also from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So now we should, okay, now nothing happened. Now we need to navigate the user to the home screen. So here we need to use a helper function called navigator. So we need to push. So the navigator, actually, it has many functions. It has push, and it has push replacement. And like, I will not go over all of these. I will just use the push and push replacement. So actually, the push, let's imagine this is your screen. So if you make a push, so the screen is added in front of that screen. So your previous screen is still there. So it's like a navigation, it's like a stack. So you can, when you push, it keeps your old screen live in the background, but it doesn't kill it. If you if you used a push replacement, it will remove that screen, like the old screen from the stack. So they will kill the old screen. So we can use push first. So it takes the context, and also it takes a variable called material page route. So here we need to use the home. We need to call the home screen. So here the context is something like it's like the point you are in the app itself. So you will use it a lot. So this is the point. So the context here is that screen, you know. So here we are saying we want to push a new page, like let's say from that point to to another screen. So they will bring the home screen in front of the current one, which is the login screen. So let's try. So now let's remove the to do. Let's try to log in, and here is it. So when we use push, we will see by default a back button is shown here in the app bar. And that's being shown automatically because we have used the push function. So the app bar knows that there is a screen behind the user can go back to. So let's try to press back. So it brought us back in that screen, and it didn't kill the state of that screen. We can see the username and we can see the password. So now I will just use push replacement. Let's see what will happen. Because usually when the users log in, they don't need to like they don't need to see to go back to the login screen from home. It's not a good user experience. So maybe we can just press login. Now we have used the push replacement. So we can see there is no back button here. So users cannot go back, because this is the main and like the only screen that we have in the navigation stack. So right now, let's try to make the home screen a little bit pretty. Maybe we can just bring some pictures from Google, and let's try to make a list of these images here in that. So maybe we can go to Google to bring some pictures. So here I'm using Unsplash website. So Unsplash can give you free pictures if you want. So let's grab some free pictures for Earth. Okay, let's bring that one. So they can also provide you with sizes, but let's use the small size. Okay. Let's also let's bring that one. That one too. Okay, I think we have enough pictures now. So right now we need to bring these pictures to our project. So we need to have we need to make a new directory in our project. So maybe we can call it assets. So here is the assets. So we can add like videos. We can also add music files or anything. But right now we'll just make image. But I'm trying to make everything organized. So maybe we can name it images. Okay. Now we'll bring the picture that we already downloaded. Let's put it there. So let's try drag and drop it. There. So here's the first image. Cool. I can see the other images. Okay, let's download the pictures again. So that one. Small. Okay, let's drag it in the project. Okay, that already exists. So we can use another picture. Okay, so I think that's fine. So we can rename it to image 1, image 2, image 3, image 4, so after we have our images here under the assets, we need to go to that file. It's called pubspec.yaml, and the pubspec.yaml, it's a very important file. Here it has it's like the description of your application. So it has the application version. It has also the dependencies that you can use, because you can also use a libraries, and the libraries, it's like it's a pre-built tools also by other developers. So let's say if you want to use a specific function and that function is not supported in Flutter, so you will find some people already created that in Dart, and they made a package or a library for that, and then you can use the library inside Flutter. So you can find the libraries in pubdev, website called pubdev. So here, like, you can find a lot of helpers. So let's say audio players. If you want to use audio player inside the app, so they made someone made that library. Animations, if you want to use like animations in a simple and advanced way, so maybe you can use a library like that. So by default to Flutter, they didn't add everything inside that framework to not make the framework heavy. So if you just need these tools, you can just go and grab whatever you want. But the most important thing here that we need to know, that we need to go under Flutter, we need to define the assets inside that spec file. So here we can see that code is automatically commented. Okay. So here we need to say there is assets. So assets, we need to add extensions of our images. Image 1. You need also to add extension, right? As mentioned, we can just take this as copy. We can put image 2, image 3. So the Copilot is doing its job. But there is also, you can do another way. You can only refer to the images as that, and it will automatically read everything inside that. But I will just keep it like that for now. So here we have two ways. We can make a column that that have multiple image widgets below each other, or we can use something called list view in Flutter. So the list view is a class in Flutter that helps you to add things, like to make a list. Actually, like you don't need to duplicate the code. It helps you to just not duplicate your code. Let's say you want to display multiple images or multiple views with the same design. You can use the list view. So let's first try to make it using column. So here we have the column. So we will use a widget called image.asset. So the image.asset, we need to pass the location of the images that we add to the that we added inside the project. So we have added in assets images, and we have image underscore one. And here is it. We can see the image that we already imported. Also, it's very big. Let's make it small a little bit. So we can give it a height and width. I'm gonna make it square shape. Okay, we can make it. We want to make it fit the whole view. So if you see, it already took 200 pixels from width and also from the height. So, but I want it to be like a fully square. So we can use the cover. Here is it. This is the box fit. You will find like many attributes. You can make it fill, but now you will see that the image is stretched, and that's not good to display stretched images. So it's better to make it cover. So the cover automatically it traps your image inside the widget, but without making it stretch. Let's have another image 2. We have image 3, and we have also image 4. So right now we will see an error here. So if we checked why is that happening, so it will tell us a render flex overflowed by 63 pixels on the bottom. So that's because that's happening because the column it just takes it just tries to put all your widgets inside. It takes the full width and the full height of the screen. So to solve that problem, we need to tell Flutter that that screen might be scrollable. So for that, we need to wrap that with a child, with a widget called single child scroll view. So let's try. So now our screen is scrollable. Let's say we want to make the images in center, so we can try that. Not that one. Cross axis alignment. Okay, let's try main. Okay, it didn't work. So maybe we need to try to give that center. Yeah, it worked now. So I think we can remove these. Also, if we want to give a padding, we can give a padding between the image. So let's make only top to 10, bottom to 10. Here is it. But if you see here, if you guys see, we like we are duplicating the code, and that's not a good practice. So instead of that, maybe we can use like another widget called list view. So actually, the list view, it has we can, like, if we are going to duplicate, like if we are going to use the same view with the same specs and everything, so it's better to use the list view. So that will help us not duplicating the code, and it can handles. Let's say we want to display here 100 images. So I think we cannot keep doing that. So try to make a list view. Sorry, we'll try to make a list first, and we will make that list have of type string, and we will call it images. So here we have defined the image paths. Okay, so problem here, so we can make it final. So final mean that like that list, it will not be changed over the time. So like we cannot add or delete from that list. So here let's try to use, we don't need the single child scroll view, that's for the column. So we can use a list view dot builder. So here is the item builder. So the code is automatically generated, but I will just remove it. Okay, so the list view builder, actually it returns a function. So that function, it has the context, and it has the index, and the index will help me in trying to access that list. So we will make that function return image asset. So if you see here, I'm trying to access that's array of images. So I'm trying to access the image by index. So the indexes here starts from 0, that's 1, that's 2, that's index 3. So we start counting in programming from 0. So if I want to access that image, the last image, I can call images dot 3. I need to call it by that. But now let's try to run our code. Let's see. Okay, they want us to remove that const. Okay, let's start from the beginning. Admin, the password 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So here is it. So here we have a problem. So let's check why is that happening. No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Okay. try to print the length of that list. So it's 4. Let's try to print the index. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's try to use index -1. So that's happening because we didn't give an item, we didn't give the count of that list. So we need to always define the max count. So the count, it should be, we should take it from the images. So we will get the length of the images. So right now we say it means that the maximum count for that list is 3. That error is happening because it was trying to access extra field, that because we didn't define that, so they will assume the number is infinity. So now let's try. Yeah, here is it. Okay, now try to make it pretty. So size box, let's give a max height. Sorry, we don't need a size box here. We can just use to cover width. We can give a max height only to 200. We can also add that inside a card. Can give shape. No worries, we don't need to do that now. We can give shadow. We can get elevation as 4. We can give immersion of 10. Now we added these images inside the card. So I think it's the end of the session. So I'm just wanna check, do you guys have any question or anything to ask? Okay, so I think we are done today. So thank you guys. Hopefully you learned something today. Thank you.
Thank you, Inch Muhammad, for your effort.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear and see me?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So, if you would like to have like a 5 minutes break just between the calls, I'm happy to do so. Uh, you can tell me if in the chat if you want. What do you think, Muhammad? Should we take a 5 minutes break?
I have a question for the competition itself. On on the day of the competition, do we go? Will our parents drop us off there? And if they do, what time?
I think this question could go to Muhammad. I cannot see you in the chat. You're with us, right? Yes.
Yeah. The chat's closed by the host.
Okay. Yes. So we have someone from the host. I think he can answer all of your questions, but I'm not sure if this is the right time or after the session.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, sure. Okay, so if you're ready, we can kick off the call. I will share my screen quickly. Let me know when you can see the screen. Okay, I think you can see me, hopefully, and you can see the screen. So I will start quickly. So this call is simply we are introducing the data field and the data science, and I will give you like a checklist about an end-to-end machine learning project whenever you want to create something. So it's not gonna be a technical actually as the last one. So I will give you like the guidelines in order to be able to build a machine learning model. So this is like the goal of the session. I will introduce myself quickly first, and then I will proceed. So I'm Asma Tahir. I'm a lot of titles, so I would like to describe myself with this big picture. I'm working at Vodafone. I'm an innovation lead, so this is my title. But all of my experience, or like my previous experience, was as a data scientist. So I was working both in Vodafone and another company before it was called Teradata. So this is me at work. I'm based in Egypt, actually. That's why you can see the pyramids. I'm a speaker in multiple events, both in Egypt and outside. So like my first like conference talk, it was the Data Innovation Summit in Dubai 2 years ago. And since then, I have been like a speaker in multiple events. So this is like quickly me outside of work. At interpersonal side, I have a lot of hobbies. That's why I love to mention all of it. I'm a coffee addict. Actually, I have my coffee right now while I'm talking. I love to read multiple books, whether it's a novel, a business book, and psychology book, relationship, whatever. I love to read like a lot. And I love to travel. And whenever at a trip, I love to do the adrenaline activities in this country. So I'm not like the artistic person, not like the this kind of traveler or a foodie. I'm like an adrenaline junkie. So this is me. And I love to collect cool socks from each country that I visit. And for a period of my life, I tried to be like a travel blogger since I love to travel. So I tried to like study how to do video editing, photo editing, and I started like a blog somehow. But then I stopped. But this is like me in all of my aspects. Currently, I'm blogging, but on like work side related topics. So still leveraging my skills in the video editing, but for another purpose. So this is me quickly. I will kick off the call right after this one. But before doing so, I would love to know your expectation from the session. Uh, just like in few minutes, to know what you are expecting, what is the answer that you want, or like the question that you want answered from this session. So I would know how to proceed in the session. Anyone want to share his thoughts or her thoughts? Let's get this one first. Anyone excited? Nothing? Okay. Okay. It's been like a long day, so I will take off the call quickly. I will stop like my camera just to be a little bit more comfortable. But yes, okay. So I will start first with like a quick intro about why the data is really important currently, and why is everyone is talking about data? Why is everyone started to study data? So this is like the data era, as we're saying. So why it's the data era? Just as like a quick note to like quantify it, the data in numbers. Currently, we have about 147 zettabyte of data that is gathered around the world, and a zettabyte is like a 1 billion terabyte. So can you imagine the number? It's like a huge number of data that is being developed and gathered and saved in all the different platforms that we're using. And we are expecting this number to increase to be 181 in the next year. Someone have opened the camera. Yes, okay. So we are expecting that to increase to be 181 in the next year. So this is the volume of the data that is being gathered. And just to put that in context, this is us. This is everything that we're doing. This is us on Instagram, our likes, our share, this is our data. So we are generating this. So like from my point of view, since we are like this number, we are like the product, might as well we use it. So imagine this amount of data, how much it could change in any industry. Imagine how the volume of data changing Google benefits, changing like an Instagram, changing our lives itself. So the amount of data that is being gathered is driving how our life is being changed. So I'm just trying to give you like a context of why this is something really important in our life now. Since you cannot like reply back, so I will just proceed. But next, I will just explain the different data like titles that we see or like professions that we see. So we have like around like I would say six, but there is like more into these titles, but these are like the most important one. So I will just like cover slightly what each title means and what is quickly the difference between each one of them. So the first one that is actually mostly used and have been there since forever, I believe, is the data analyst. And this is like someone that is responsible about getting answers to the business through the data. So we have some data that is saved in any type of company. Imagine any company that have like his like their sales data, their benefits, whatever they have, they can generate some insights out of this data. So this rule is simply trying. It's not a simple rule, just to be clear, but it's if we are going to simplify the title, it's someone that is trying to get some insights or some answers to the business through the data. So this is the first title. The second one is the business analyst, and this person is trying to create strategies and create some decisions out of the data. So he's not just analyzing the data, everyone is analyzing the data, but he's trying to use it in order to generate some strategy to the future. So he would see the pain points that is the company suffering from and try to suggest some new product that we could create in order to solve this problem. So think about like the customer service. Someone is auditing all of the reviews and the feedback that we are leaving in order to create a new strategy to solve these problems for us. So this person usually called a business analyst. Then we have a business intelligence engineer, usually, or a BI engineer. And this person is responsible about generating a summary dashboard for everyone in the company. So think about like the executives in any company, think about like the decision makers. Usually they will try to review and be aware of what is happening underneath without going into all of the details. Like for example, how many products we have sold, like which one is like the most sold product, and all of this details for like any e-commerce company. They are trying to get like this summary information without doing all of like the analytics in the background or without going into all of the details. So usually the person that is responsible to generate this type of dashboard called a business intelligence engineer. So this is like the first three. Then we have the data governance. Since we're saying that we need to get data, so we must get it right. There is like a common word that we say in like the data field that is like garbage in, garbage out. If you get like not so clean or not so perfect data, don't expect a perfect result. So in order to make sure that you have that perfect results, in order to ensure that you have a clear and a good result coming out of anything that you're doing, you have to have a team that is called usually the data governance or data management team that is responsible into generating or like creating these rules to make the data both secure in a good quality and accessible by everyone. So usually it's a team, not a person. All of these are a team actually, but they have multiple like titles depend on which part of like the data governance they are involved in. Next, we have the data engineer, and this is usually the people that is responsible about make a place for the data. So we have some data that is being gathered from around the world. Simply in Vodafone, any call that you're taking now, like my connection, everything that I'm doing through the internet is being gathered by Vodafone. Sure, not my personal information, but anything about the network itself, anything about like the calls and all of this stuff, it's being gathered. So in order to make room for all of this information to be stored and to be transformed and anything in between, we must have a data engineer in the middle to maintain this process. So the data engineers, if you are gonna really simplify, sorry, if you are gonna really simplify his role, he's responsible about creating the place. So like the infrastructure, the architecture, we can call it whatever we want, and the transformation of the data from like a location A to location B to be stored in. So this is a data engineer. And the last one is the data scientist. And this is the personnel that responsible about using the data in order to predict the future, as simple as it could be. So this is the data scientist. If you want to ask any question, please raise your hand. I love to have like this one as like an interactive session. So if anyone have a question, please raise your hand, and in the like section, I can stop for a few minutes, pick your question.
Hello.
Yes,
Yeah,
someone.
I have a question.
Yes, please.
Yeah. So about that we yeah, I don't understand exactly what is a data analyst.
Your voice is breaking, but can you repeat?
1 minute.
You said that you don't understand something, but I didn't hear what is the something.
Yeah, I don't understand the data analyst.
The data analyst.
Yeah.
Yes, okay. So think about anything in the think about like an e-commerce industry as we were saying. So an e-commerce company, they have their current data. So usually the data analyst is responsible about analyzing the current state. What is today's sales? What is like the profit that we have generated so far? So he usually, I will say like he, but it could be anything, could be he or she, but they are responsible about describing the current state and the near future. Sometimes they can predict like do a forecasting or so. On the other side, the data scientist is responsible about generating like an expectation for the long future. So usually a data analyst is doing a descriptive analysis and a data scientist is doing a predictive analysis. So this is how we differentiate between these two titles.
Yeah.
Does this answer it? Oh, okay, that's clear. Okay, if anyone else have any question throughout the session, please raise your hand and we can take the questions while we go. Okay, so let's go to the next one, which is what is the machine learning if you are going to simplify to the least possible way. So I'm going to try to just explain the basic idea of what machine learning is. I'm sure that you are familiar with more than this since you're already participating in a competition, but let's go back to the basics. What is machine learning? As a definition, it's the field of study that gives the computer the ability to learn without being explicitly programmed. This is like the ancient history description of what machine learning is. This have been there since like forever. But this description or this definition is still valid till today. So this have been said in 1959, but till now, this is the most accurate description of what machine learning is. What we are trying to do by building a machine learning model, we are giving any tool, in our hands. It could be our mobile phone, the computer, whatever. The ability to create something without explicitly program it to do it. We are programming it to do something, but it could generalize and do it on its own. And that's why machine learning is so powerful. So to give like a simple example, whenever any one of us goes into Amazon and try to order something, you would see all of like the, it could like suggestion of the products. No one have created an explicitly like a machine, sorry, a function that says whenever Asma try to buy this exact product, you should suggest this product. It haven't been explicitly programmed, but what we have programmed in the background is to say that since the similarity between Asma and all of this X amount of customer in the world that have been buying these two products together, maybe Asma also would like to buy it. So this is what has been programmed. So we are creating a functions or like some programs in the background to try to predict and do something on its own. So this is like the simplest definition of what machine learning is. And let's try to say it from or like see it from our day-to-day life. So all of us have been using like machine learning models in our day-to-day activities. Whenever I'm going home every day, I'm teaching the model that this is the best way to go home. I'm opening the maps and I put the destination, and then sometimes I take a different route. Sometimes I do a shortcut in the middle. So this is teaching Google Maps or whatever maps you're using that this is the better way to go home. After a while, I have do it like multiple times. Whenever like a new route to my house is there, I use it, and after like few like weeks, I find that Google Maps is suggesting it to me. So I was teaching the maps to predict the best route to my house. So this is something that all of us is doing in our day-to-day activity. The filters, it was invented like I think we are using it now like without thinking that this is like a model in the background. It's detecting the eyes location, the mouse location, where is the person, where is the background. It's trying to identify everything in your face in order to apply the filter on, which is a machine learning model. The auto correction of all our text that we're writing, like I'm not sure if this is something that is used in all of the countries or not, but any Arabic speaking person in the call would know that we are using something called Franco. We are writing the Arabic language but in English letter, which is not a language, but now it's been detected and suggested to us automatically. So whenever I started the word, it could predict what could be the next word without understanding what the word means. So it doesn't have to understand the language or like the grammatical uh, like rules in order to form the word. He can auto detect what is the right word that I wanted to say. Or people you may know, the thing that all of us see and use sometimes or misuse in order to find the right people that we want to see. So this is a machine learning model in our day-to-day activity. And this is like something that we have been used to. So we are not, actually, I cannot imagine a world without these basic like tools, which is a machine learning model in the background. Okay, since we have seen its use in our day-to-day activity, let's think about the main idea, what a machine learning model is actually doing. We have some data, all of like billions of data that is out there. And what we are trying to do is we are passing it to machine learning algorithm, whatever this algorithm is. Think about it as like a black box, something that could generate an equation. So what we are trying to do from machine learning, it's simply trying to find the equation, the link between the data and the prediction. So whenever we get it or like we add a new data, it could predict something. So simply the machine learning model is a tool to identify or detect a pattern or an equation between a data and its outcome. So whenever we are in like predicting or like adding new data, we can generate or like auto generate a prediction. So this is the simplest, like I think the simplest graph of machine learning that I always love to use. So let's take the first part and the last part in more detail. The data could be labeled and unlabeled. If it's labeled, we call it, I will not skip that. Okay, I will explain it in the next one. But a label is like the outcome. So for example, we're saying that if the most common problem that we all have seen, Titanic, for example, this person, this is his name, his age, his gender, the cabin that he was staying in, and all of these details, and the label, the answer, or like the data that we want to map it with is he lived or died. So that's called the label. Or in another like scenario, it could be unlabeled. So we have some data and we want to predict, for example, uh, using all of my information, you are trying to detect if I'm rich or poor. You don't have any monetary value, but you can expect from like where I live, what car do I own, and all of this stuff. You can sense or group me along with the similar people that have a similar specs or like characteristics. You can group us together, and in this case, it's called an unlabeled data. Like in this session, we are like, or like in this part of the session, we are going back to the basics. So, and for the production itself, it could be anything. It could be a category. If you are categorizing the people into did he died or did he lived. So it's a category. We have two categories here. But if you are trying to predict like the price of a product, I was personally working on a product that is trying to predict the prices for a used cars. So you are adding the specs of the car, all of like the details of the car, and you are predicting its price. So it's a number. So the prediction could also be a number, or the cluster or the group, similar to the example that I was just saying. Group me with the likely minded people. So this is like a cluster. So this is like the different parts of prediction that we could add, or like that we could generate. And this combination generates two types of problems, or like this is like the basic type of problem. It could be a supervised problem or an unsupervised problem. And actually, I haven't seen all of like the challenges that you have in the competition, but maybe someone could relate. So if it's um, and a label data and the outcome is a category, so it's a classification problem. If it's a label data and the outcome is a number, it's called a regression problem. And this is also part of the supervised. If it's an unlabeled data and the outcome is clustering, it's called an unsupervised and a clustering problem. As simple as this. And we have another type, which is called the outlier detection. And this is we are trying to find the people that doesn't fit in a group. So here we are trying to group the people together. Here we are trying to find the people that doesn't fit within each group. So now we have covered like the basics. Now I will shift to what an end-to-end machine learning project checklist. So since you will be building a project, you can use this one as a reference whenever you're stuck. What are the steps that you have to follow? But before proceeding, do you have any question? Yes, please go ahead.
This like this whatever we learned right now, we apply these features in the website or app we make, right?
And the website, what? Sorry?
Like whatever features you teach us right now, like the unsupported, supported, like we put all of those things in an app.
In an app, yes. It could be in a mobile app, a web application. This is what happens in the background. We build this as a background, or like we as the back end for whatever interface you can use.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, someone else have a question?
Bruh.
Actually, before I proceed, Muhammad, you are the host here. Is it possible to turn on the chat for like a couple of minutes to enable the chat? Yes, okay, so it's enabled. I would appreciate if you could tell me your background in the chat. I would love to know what is actually the question that I was asking at the beginning. What is your background now? What is the expectation from the session? Just before proceeding, so I would know like the level of details. So now we have covered the basics. Before proceeding, I want to know what is level of details that you're expecting. So can you type in the chat your background? So for example, I'm like a computer science student, I'm a school student, whatever your background is, and the level of or like what is your expectation from the session. Can you do that? Hey, 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 everyone. Anyone want to contribute? The chat is now enabled. No? Should I call people by their name? I can do. If you, okay. So if not, I will proceed. I was hoping just to give you like a better experience based on your background, but I will proceed with what's planned. If anyone in the middle wanted to share something on the chat, I have it open so I can see what you're writing. If not, I will proceed as follows. Okay, so now I will go about like what is an end-to-end machine learning project, how we are going through our days, and what we are doing on a daily level as a data scientist. So we have like mainly four steps in any project. The first one is to understand the business and understand the data that we're using. Then we are doing some preparation in order to make the data ready. We transform it, we explore it, and so on. And then we are building like the fun part. We are building a machine learning model in order to answer the questions or like in order to solve this problem. And the last one is we are evaluating what we have created. So this is like the main four steps of any machine learning project. It could be a very simple one or it could be a very complex one. We will have to go through all of these four steps. So the first one is the business and the data understanding. And this is like a step that we do, whatever you're doing like a a data analyst project, you are doing simply a simple dashboard, you are building a machine learning model, a simple one, a random forest, you are building a Gen AI or like generative AI project, whatever the outcome is or whatever the challenge that you're trying to tackle is, you will have to go through this first step. So what we are doing in the first one, yes, actually, this slide should have been there before. I'm really sorry, but yes, I think I missed the order. But before doing anything in our machine learning project, this is like a rule of thumb. You have to split the data because I was saying that some people are missing the basics and they are not doing this step, which is an essential one. We are splitting the data because, as I have explained in the simplest machine learning version, we have an older data, the data that we have been there, and we have a new data that we are trying to predict on. So in order to mimic this idea, we have to split the data. So whenever we start or kick off a project, we start by splitting the data. This is like, think about it as like literally a rule of thumb. Whenever you kick off a project, you just split the data and then continue. So that said, let's understand what are the different questions that you have to ask yourself whenever you are exploring the data. We have around like 10 questions or 10 steps that you have to follow. So I will start with the first one, which is what is the questions that you're trying to answer? So any challenge in the world, any project that you will work on, it's trying to answer a one specific question. The most important step in your project is to identify this question. And later, I'm not sure where are you in your life, but once you start like working for a company or taking some projects, you have to align this question with whatever customer you have. Because sometimes people don't get the question right. Sometimes people don't agree on the question right. And think about like I'm asking you what is your age, and you're saying that my name is Muhammad, for example. So you will do your effort, you will create something, you will spend time, but you will be answering a different question. So if I told you how old is this person and you told me that he's rich, this is not answering my question. So the most essential part whenever you're working on a project, whatever it's a data science project, a data analyst project, anything, you have to know what question you are trying to answer. And it must be a one single clear question. I'm not sure if we have time, but I can give you an example. I have been working on a project for like 1 year. And after a year, when we finalized and we were delivering the product, we found that the customer actually meant something else, but he didn't realize that un- not until we finished everything. So we have been in a multiple discussion. We were talking the same. Actually, the problem was that we were not talking the same language, but we were talking in a lot of meetings. We were taking requirements. We had like a full list of requirements. But at the end, he was saying that, yes, but you answered the wrong question. I was talking about the same topic, but from a different angle. So we have created a machine learning project, but that is solve a different problem than what the customer needed. So as you are now, you have a challenge, you have a problem that you're trying to solve. So make sure that you know the right question that you want to ask. And this should be the first thing you put in your mind. So that said, the next one is the evaluation matrix. Now that I know the question that I'm trying to answer, how I would be evaluated. Because in any machine learning model, you will be testing your data, you'll be testing your knowledge, you'll be testing your product or your project, you're testing your model. So you have to use the same testing method that they will evaluate your model based on. So think about that they will evaluate you from how answers you got right out of like the total, and you were evaluating the model from whatever it could be, like how many one you got wrong. So you were trying to minimize the one that you got wrong, but they were trying to whatever another matrix they were using. So you have to use the same matrix that your challenge will have. If they will, for example, in the machine learning model, they will use the accuracy, you have to be using the accuracy as well. If they will be evaluating it from like an F1 score, you have to be using the F1 score as well. So these are a different machine learning model, like evaluation matrix that you could use. And you have to make sure that whoever is asking you that question know what matrix they will evaluate your model based on, and you do use the same matrix. So for example, if any of you that is like somehow experienced in machine learning or like in building a models, if you have used Kaggle before, they usually have like a full tab for what is the evaluation matrix, how they will test your model and how the score will be generated. And whenever you are building a project or like a product for Kaggle, you have to be using the same matrix as them. So this is like the basics that you do in the beginning of any project. Then you must know what each row in your data represents. So I have like a table that have 50 column, but what does each row represent? So think about Titanic. What does the row represent? Anyone here that want to participate, or you will be just like listening? Anyone? No? Okay. So if we think about Titanic, what does each row, not column, each row represent? Each row represented a person. So this was like a person. It could be a customer. It could be a participant. So every row in this participant list representing a participant. Each row in like the database of the challenges, each row represents a challenge. So whatever data you're using, you have to understand what each row represents, because sometimes we have multiple data that we join together. So we have to join them on the same like level. So if you are saying that each row represents a person, and then I have another table that have the orders, for example, if you are talking like an e-commerce, So we have a database for all of the customer. So each row represents a customer, and there is another data that have the orders. Each row represents an order. I cannot join these tables directly together. What I should do is to count the number of orders per person or per customer and then join it back to the customer table. So knowing the level of each table is an essential part whenever you are exploring a new data. You must know what each row represents. Then the next one is the feature types. These are the columns. I have multiple columns. I have 50 columns. I have to understand what is the type of each column. Is it a categorical column? Is it a numerical column? Is it like a rating, for example? So it could be multiple things, and you have to understand what each row, or sorry, what each column type is. It could be a number, yeah, could be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but this is a star rating. So if it is a star rating, it's actually categorical. This is a different category. If you are 3 stars, this is like a different category than 4 stars and 5 stars. So it's a category, but it's actually a number. So it's not a numerical column, it's called a categorical column. That's why you have to understand what each column represents in order to know what is the type of the column, because we are dealing with each type differently. Okay, then we have the meaning of each category. As I was just saying, if it's a categorical column, it could have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So is 1 is the best number or like best category, or 5 is the best category? If you are saying that is a star rating, so 5 star is best. But if we said, for example, that is the priority, so 1 is the most important one, because the first priority is more important than the fifth priority. So you have to understand the meaning of the categories, not that is just a categorical column. What is the meaning of each category? Because this will affect you and your data that you're working on. Actually, I'm not experienced in any space related topic, so I cannot relate or like give you examples from the space, but I'm sure that you will be able to do so. So I will just give you examples from like the real world or like the stuff that I know about, and you will be able to correlate or relate. So the category meaning usually is a really important and sometimes overlooked topic. Okay. The next one is the distribution. What is the distribution of everything? If it's a label data, what is the distribution of the label? If it's a numerical data, what is the distribution of each of the columns? If it's a category, what is the distribution of everything? So you have to check the distribution. This is like a 101 machine learning model. I have to check the distribution because this is a simple step, but it gives you a lot of insight about the data that you're using. Next, we have the outliers. Each column could have a normal range and an outlier range. I'm not sure if you are familiar with this terminology, but an outlier, that is something that is not within the right range. So let me give you an example. In Egypt, usually the people age maximum like 100. We don't have like people that live longer than 100 years. So if we saw someone that is his age is like 110, it's usually an outlier. So something is wrong. This is not a usual number, but I know that in Asia, there is like lots of countries that they live longer. So this is not going to be an outlier in this case. So this will be a normal number. So you have to relate the outliers with the context and, if relevant, the location of the data or like the origin of this data. So that's why the outliers is important. Sometimes you don't know. So for example, I've been working in a project that I had like some business numbers. So for example, I'm not an expert in the network domain, but if I saw like something in the threshold, like the traffic, so just try to simplify. So the traffic of like whatever data internet you're using is stored in a column. So I'm not an expert in this domain. So usually I try to ask someone that is expert, what is the normal range for the throughput, for example, in this country, whatever. So I would know what is the normal range, so I would be able to check the outliers. So if you don't know, ask. You have to ask. So this is like the next step. And this is actually valid for everything. Think about anything. So for example, salaries. If you're working on a data that have salaries, the salary could have an outlier. There is some people that usually like paid other than other people, but still it would have a limit. So some numbers would be an outlier. And for example, if you found like an age of someone that is in the negative was negative, so it's clearly an outlier. So you have to check the outliers and you have to remove it from your data. Next, we have the correlation. So since we now have seen each, let's go back. We have seen what each row represents, what each column represents, what is the different values in all of the categories. We have checked the distribution, the outliers. It's time to make it a little bit more complicated and try to correlate the different features together, or sometimes all of the different features with all of the other ones. To cross compare all the features in order to have more view on the data. So think about like back to the Titanic topic. If you have checked the distribution of all of the columns, you would know that most of the people were actually middle age. There was some children, there was some elderly, but the rest of the people was middle aged. If you check like the distribution of the gender, actually I recall some information. I didn't memorize it, but I can recall. I think that the women was more than the men in the data for like the cabin or like the type of the cabin. You would see that more of the people was like in the normal class and fewer people in the better class and so on. So you would see the distribution of a standalone feature. This feature standalone, I know what does it represent or like the distribution of it, but then you take it one step further and cross compare two features together. So let's think about gender versus age. You would see that yes, were more women, but most of them were actually children, for example. So there was more girls than boys, but from like the middle age and the elderly, there was more men. So you gain more visibility and more understanding about the data by starting to cross compare all of these features together. And think about that for all of the different features. And then usually I try to take it one step further. Now that I have like a two aspect information, let's correlate that with the outcome. So from this perspective, age and gender, how many of each of these like different categories have survived? So you would see that all of the kids, whatever what like whatever their gender was, have survived. So cross comparing this with the outcome would give you a visibility. Then from the middle-aged people, more women have survived than men. And from the elderly, most of them survived, but it was more women than men as well. So you would know that you would actually, from a simple graph like this, you would know their priorities. They had like elderly and children first, and overall women over men. So if you have did this simple analysis at the beginning, you would know the logic that these people had. And then if you did a similar analysis on the cabin, like rating, you would know that like the rich people had more like possibility to survive than the not so rich other like people on the ship. So by doing this analysis at the beginning and start to take it one step further and one step further, you gain more visibility on what the logic behind all of this data is. So this is the next one. And then you start to somehow rate your feature. You are not going to eliminate something or this is something that I don't prefer, but usually I try to know what are the important features. So based on what I was just saying about the Titanic data, you would know that the gender and the class of the cabin is really important to determine who's going to survive and who's not. So you would know that age, gender, cabin is like what make you survive or not if you were in the Titanic ship. So this is what I call an important feature. You would have in Titanic about like 15 or 20 or maybe more features that you could use. But if you try the very simple model with these three features, you would get a good result. Not a perfect one, but you would get a good result. Why? Because you have used like the most important features, for example. So that's why after I do that, I try to like get what are the most important features and like I'm not gonna say set them aside, but I would know what they are. And the most important step that you have to do is to have a conclusion. After you have understand or understood everything about the data and about the business that you're using or like working on, you have to make a summary for yourself. It doesn't have to be something fancy, it doesn't have to be for someone else. It have to be for you that you understood correctly what is important. So the conclusion is one, two, three. I have found one, two, three. This is the insights that I have seen. And this summary is even like I will say from like an interview perspective, whenever I'm like looking onto a technical assessment that someone have shared, this is like something important that I look for. Does they summarize their findings and like a cell, for example, and a PDF, for example, that I can see, so I know why they have used this model, why they have did this analysis. I know the findings that they see before even starting to build a machine learning model, because you have a clarity. You could do even more analysis than this one, but this is like the most basic one that is a must have. Next, we are saying that the preparation is not a standard process. You have to follow whatever you need. And this is the next one. But before jumping into what is the data preparation, anyone have a question on this one? Any question? Any clarification that is needed? No? Okay, so I will proceed with the preparation. So the next step is how to prepare your data. So as I was saying, that the preparation is not a standard process. It doesn't have to do, you don't have to do all what I have mentioned here, but you have to follow some of them based on your understanding of the data. So the first step is the data cleansing. And this is what I say that is like almost 50 time, or like 50% of your time, you will be cleaning the data. By cleaning the data, you are like, for example, if you have like a text data, sometimes you have random text. You have like some punctuation that is not important. Whatever type of extra information, you would have to clean all of that to have just the words. So this is what we call a data cleansing. So this is like the simplest terminology that you have to do, but it have more details into it and we can deep dive into it. But the next one is to handle the categorical feature. So as I was just saying, you have to understand what from your column are a categorical feature and what is a numerical one, because mostly not all of the machine learning models can handle a categorical feature. So I believe like maybe 70 or 80% of the models would have to do something in order to input a category to it. So sometimes we try to like do what we call a one hot encoding, for example. If you have a star rating, so instead of saying that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, because in that case the model would give it a priority, for example, you may need to add it the link of okay, someone in the chat was saying that he needs the link of the session. I don't know what is it, but I think Mohammed, you can take it, but I will continue. Okay, when we are saying handling the category feature or the categorical feature, if we have like a star rating that we have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and instead of leaving it as it is, sometimes we try to add it each one as a column and we add 0 or 1, meaning true or false. So is it a star, 1 star rating? Is it a 2 star rating, and so on? So we are turning this categorical feature into different columns that have a meaning. So sometimes most of like the machine learning models doesn't handle the category, as I was saying. So think about the gender. So usually it's like an F or M, or like female or male or whatever other. You have to change this into a different columns. So instead of having one column that is female or male, you have to change it to be a female, true or false, male, true or false. So this is what we mean by handling the categorical feature. Okay, I believe the both the recording and the presentation would be shared with you later after the call. I'm sure about that. Okay, the next one is the outlier handling. Since we said that you have to check the outliers, you would have to mostly remove them because if it's an outlier, it will give the machine learning model the wrong intention. So think about the salaries of if most of the people's salary between like 1 and 5, and there is someone that is having 10, he would think that person like is in a higher place. It's not a wrong data. He would think of it as if this person is more important, for example. But if it's an outlier, since we are teaching the data, so you are teaching them a wrong prediction. So you are teaching them how to predict the wrong data. So that's why we have to remove the outliers when we are preparing the data. Okay. The next one is the null handling. By null, I'm not sure if you're familiar or not as well. The null is the empty data. So if you have a non-existing input, it's not a zero, because this is like a misconception. Null doesn't mean zero. Null doesn't mean an empty string. Null doesn't mean that there is something that we don't know. Null does mean that something doesn't exist. So I don't know, the database doesn't know, and you have no information about this person. Like we say that this person is off the grid. We don't know anything about him. So we may know his name, but the rest of the information is off the grid. So the rest is null. We don't know anything. But if I know that the value is zero, so this is not a null. If I'm saying that the salary is zero, it's not a null, it's a value. So how we are handling the null values, we have different way to handle it. We can remove it from the data if it's not going to affect the data. So for example, if we have like not hundreds, if we have millions of data, so removing some records that have null won't affect it. So we can remove it. But if it will affect our model, or it's like a large amount of data, sometimes we remove the column itself. If I don't know the age of most of the people that is subscribed to this session, maybe I would remove the age itself from the data, not removing each person that I doesn't know his age. So you can remove some columns and you can remove some rows, but this based on the importance and the availability of the rest of the data. Usually we try to impute it. We call it, actually it's one of like the essential steps in any data preparation, is to impute the nulls. And by imputing, we are saying that we are trying to predict somehow what this null should be, and we try to add a value. Sometimes we are filling it with like NA, we don't know. Or sometimes we are filling it with zero. So all of the null data will make it zero. Sometimes we try to add a different category that is others, for example, and then transform it into a column. And sometimes we try to predict or like add the average. So if most of the people in this session that is between like 15 and 25, so maybe we could add like the average of their age to be like 20. So if it doesn't know what is the age of this person, maybe I could add 20. So this is what null handling, and you have like lots of ways to handle the nulls. So you have to research based on the data and based on your understanding from the previous step. Then we do a normalization. So let's think about the salaries and the age. The maximum age, let's say in Egypt, would be 100, but the maximum salary would be maybe 1 million. So if I added these two like columns into a machine learning model, he would think that the salary of this person is much more important than his age, because it does have a large values. So instead of like, do not confuse the model, usually we try to put both of them on one scale. So the million for the salary would be equivalent to the 100 for the age, because these two are the max. So what we are trying to do, we have like also different ways to do the normalization, but like one of like the most important or like most used is we change them into a scale from 0 to 1. So The 0 would be the minimum value. So if like like the least salary that someone could take is like, for example, like 5,000. So the 5K would be the 0, and the 1 million would be the 1, and the rest would be something like 0 point something, 0.7, 0.8, based on your salary. And for the age, the if you are saying like we are talking about people that is working since we have a salary, so you can start work since the age like, let's say 20. So the 0 would be the 20, and the maximum age for work, if we are gonna follow like the retirement plan, it would be like 60. So you would have like the 0 as 20 and the maximum, or which is gonna be the 1, as 60. So this would be the 0 and 1 for these different columns. The model would see 0 and 1, so both of them or on the same scale have the same weight to the model, but each one have a different meaning. So that's why we do a normalization at the beginning. Okay. The next one is the feature engineering. And by feature, I don't know why it doesn't have like a capitalized letter in the beginning, but no worries. This is me losing sights in the middle. But the feature engineering is simply trying to create new feature based on some information that we have. So let's think about back to the Titanic data again. So in the Titanic data, one of like the greatest tip that you could do in order to get more results, and instead of removing the name entirely, since in the database you can have the name, you would see like princess whatever, prince whatever, or like contessa, or whatever title that this person could have. And instead of removing the name entirely, you could just generate the title as a new feature and extract the first word, sorry, from each value. And if it's a title, you can add it as a new column. So is this person a princess or a prince? 0 or 1. So instead of removing the column entirely and you lose this information, you transform it into a new feature that is important. So that's what we call a feature engineering. You generate or like create a new feature out of the existing data. Maybe discard like for example, and instead of saying the quantity of like the order and its price, I could generate just like the total price paid. And I would add like for the order, just one number, which is how much I would pay, if this is the important part. So I would have like an order number and the total price or the total cost. And instead of saying that he ordered 5 like mugs and 3 bottles, and each one cost 0 1 2 and so on, you would add one number that represent this order. So this what we call a feature engineering. It could be anything that you could generate from the data. It could be even that you get more data from outside your database in order to use it in your data. This also called feature engineering. And the last one is create a final data set. So since you have did all of that, now it's time to have a one table that you will input to the model in order to generate out. So since actually we have take most of the time of the session in this part, this what happens in the real life. The data preparation and the data understanding will take almost 70% of your time, and the modeling would be the rest. This is the easy part once you understand and prepare the data well. Any questions so far before jumping to the modeling part? I'm not going to be talking about the different machine learning model just to set expectation, but I will tell you like how to tackle any model, or like how to, I will not jump in, but any questions, then I will explain. You can write in the chat, or you can raise your hand, whatever you would like. No, nothing. Okay, then I will proceed. So the next step is the modeling. I'm not gonna tell you how to like build a machine learning model, or what different machine learning models you can use, because we have like hundreds of them, and every day we have like a new models that you could use. But there is like some essential step that you have to follow in order to generate or create whatever model you would be creating. The first one And the most important one that I have learned the hard way, it was like one of the first comments that my first manager have shared with me, was to create a dummy model. This is a step that usually we don't know. We are so excited that we are going to build a machine learning model. We are so excited to see the results. We are so excited to build something that is productive. So we start building right away. But we don't have any reference. The dummy model is something that we create in 5 minutes, let me say, just to have a reference. What is the worst result that I could have? If I generated a random model that predicts 0 or 1, this person have lived or this person have died, a random 0 or 1, and then I cross compare it with the actual results of Titanic, what would be the result? If I created a random model, like for example, I have a model in a bank, you are creating if this transaction is a fraud or not. And I have created a dummy model that whenever you are asking them this transaction is fraud or not, he says no. And it's like a static model. I didn't create a model, just to be honest. I just reply with 0 all the time. And then I evaluated my model and I found that it have like a 99.9% accuracy. I'm getting 99.9 accuracy with just predicting zeros. Why? Because actually the fraud transaction are this 0.1. The actual data is full of zeros and there is like 0.1 data or like 0.1% of the data that is actually fraud. So if you have done worse than this dummy model, so you are not building a machine learning model. So the most essential part of like building a machine learning model is to have a reference in the background. I see that someone have raised his hand. Please go ahead. Or it was by mistake. Okay. Okay. So why we are creating, again, sorry, why we are creating a dummy model is to have a reference number. You have to do better than this dummy model. So if I have predicted, I can unmute. Yes, please, please. You cannot unmute. I didn't see. Okay, I will unmute from my side if I was okay. Muhammad, can you unmute him? I'm not sure how. I don't have like. You can write in the chat if you want. It's disabled again. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes,
Could you
please go ahead.
hear what you said?
Sorry, I didn't hear you. Go ahead.
Or could you repeat? I couldn't hear what you said.
Yes, the dummy part.
Yeah.
Okay. So, like, if you know, like, what is like, okay, I will repeat. Sorry. Yes. So usually the fraud transaction are a very, very, very like minimal amount of transaction. So in my entire history with the bank, I have like there has been one transaction that have been fraud on my account or like in my bank statement. So I have like a 99% of my transaction was actually from me, but like there have been like two of them that have been fraud. So if I'm generating or like creating a model that is predict based on my behavior as Asma, if this is a fraud transaction or no, and I'm asking you to create it and you just said no every time. So whenever I'm passing like this transaction by you, if this is a fraud transaction and you said no, if this is a fraud transaction and you said no, you would get it 99% right. Why? Because there have been only two fraud transactions. So you would be wrong twice, but the rest you're correct. But if we thought from a different perspective and we said that how many times from the fraud transactions that happened, you got it right, you would get 0. That's correct, right?
Yeah, I got it.
Yes. So a dummy model is like the baseline that you cannot go below it. So why we are building a dummy model at the beginning. It could be like, as I just said, a random number. It could be like really like regression line model. It could be anything that is not so intelligent. You don't put a lot of effort in, just to have what is the basic or like the worst result that you could generate. So you would know that whatever machine learning model you will build, it have to go better than this number. So if your dummy model get a 30% correct answers, so whatever machine learning model you will build after that should be better, should be at least 50%. Why? Because a random model have got 30% right. So you must be better than that. Not you, but the model must generate better results. So the first essential step is to build this dummy model. You know what is the worst results that you could see? Because sometimes we do something wrong in the middle while we're working on a machine learning model, and we don't know how to go back. So if you have a reference, like for example, if the dummy model got a 0%, or like not zero, like let's say 10%, and then you invested a little bit more time and build another model that have a 30% right. So you know that you have built a better one. Then you have enhanced it a little bit, you got 50%. You would know that you are going in the right direction. That's why we build the dummy one at the beginning, and then we start to evaluate and enhance, which is the second step. After creating a dummy model, you should create a very simple model, the easiest model that you could create, just to have a little bit of enhancement. So I used a dummy model that got me 50% correct. Then I have built like a regression model, a sample regression model, got me like 70% correct answers. So I'm getting better. Then I did some more feature engineering, so I got 80%. Then I have like, let's try to evaluate a little bit better, use a better algorithm, change the model, do some whatever tuning you would do. You got a 90% correct. You would know that each step you're doing in your data, you are getting more and better results, because the modeling is not a one show. It's not something that you do and that's it. It's a process. You start with the simplest model, and then you start to getting it better and better and better till you reach your final model. So you start with the simple one, improve. And what this process actually look like? Sorry. It should be this one. Sorry. I will go here and then I will go back. So what you do is you build a model, and then you try to tune the model. You evaluate it. Oh, okay. Now I'm really sad. It should be, sorry. You should evaluate, then tune. Sorry. You build a model, you evaluate the model, you see how much you have improved, and then you improve it a little bit more. You tune the model, you change some parameters, and then you add it to the new model, and then you evaluate, and then you tune, and then you evaluate, and it's a cycle. So the model is not a one step or like one thing that you do and that's it. It's a process. You keep evaluating and tuning and evaluating and tuning till you reach your final model. So what I mean by tuning, let's go back. We have two main steps that we do in the model tuning. The first one is the model generalization. That is something that I'm sure you're aware of, or hopefully you are aware of. You can see the screen, right? Because I cannot see the sharing part. You cannot see the screen? No, I stopped sharing. Sorry. You can see the screen now?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. So I think you missed the last part, but I will go from here and then I will continue. So what the meaning of like model tuning? We have two types of model tuning. The first one is to make the model a little bit more general. Why, or like, what do we mean by general? So whatever data we're using, it's gonna be a little bit limited. So if you are like building a data for a website, you have like the past 3 years only of the data, but you don't know what the future will hold, what type of people that will get. So if I'm a new customer, how they will predict their data to me if they haven't seen me or know my behavior before. So that's what we call the model generalization. The first step of the model generalization is that we test it on a new data that it haven't seen before. That's why we split the data early in the beginning. And we see if it underfits the data, that means that the model doesn't behave good, whether on the data that he knows it, that have been trained on, or the new data that the model haven't seen before. So this called underfitting. And it could be overfitting. I have memorized all the information about the current data that I have, but if you ask me about a new data, I don't have any clue. So does that mean that the model is overfitting the data? So it have memorized the persons with their name. So if it's Asma Tahir that is working on Vodafone and its title is X and Y and it have purchased all of this stuff before, I can recommend the best product for her. But if it's like, for example, Muhammad that is just joined the product, I cannot predict anything because I don't know anything about him. This is called overfitting. Underfitting is Asma, the one that has been using the platform for 4 years now. I still cannot like recommend the right product for her. So this is called overfitting. I cannot behave good on the existing data that I have. So the first step of the model generalization is to check the overfitting and underfitting. And whatever model you're using, there is a specific way to tune that. I don't want to go into the details, but usually it's like a I lost the name, regularization parameter that you could use in order to make it a little bit more general. You could solve it by add more data, get more information, change the level of the model. You have like lots of way to handle both the overfitting and the underfitting, but this is like a topic or like a deep dive session. Actually, I didn't want to go onto like all of the technical stuff, but I'm giving you like the steps to follow. So whenever you see a model, you have to check the overfitting and underfitting, and based on the situation that you have to research. It's overfitting, and it's like, for example, a decision tree model that is overfitting the data, how I should treat that, and you would get some answer. Or in general, you could understand how to work with the overfitting and underfitting data and try to optimize your model. The next step is to check the hyperparameters. Each model has some hyperparameters that we could change and that will affect the model results. So one of like the best ways to do that is like a grid search, for example, or you can evaluate and change the model yourself. You keep change the hyperparameter and then you see the result and then change it again, see the result until you find the best parameter or like the best hyperparameters for your model. So these are two of the essential steps when we are saying like model tuning. It could have more steps than these, but since we said this is like the must-have steps that you should do, these are the two must-have steps that you must do. And then you evaluate the model. What is the evaluation mean? It could be anything. It could be an accuracy, and by accuracy, I will just explain quickly. An accuracy is simply how much correct answer you got, or like how many correct answer you got from the total. So if you are talking about the fraud case that I was saying, so if you have 100 transaction and you got 90% correct, you got 90% transaction right. A precision, on the other hand, is evaluating from all of like the transactions that you have said it's fraud, how many of them were actually fraud. So my model predicted that 20% of these transactions is fraud. And from these 20 transactions, there was actually 5 only that's fraud. That is fraud. So your precision would be 5 by 20. Someone have opened the camera. I'm not sure if you are aware or not. So this is like the precision. And then we have the recall. From all the fraud transaction in the data itself, how many of them are actually like my model predicted correct. So if the data, as we were saying, had only 5 transactions, that is fraud, and I have only predicted one of them, I got 1 from 5. So this is my recall value. And the last one is the F1 score. It's a balance between the precision and the recall. It's like it have a calculation, but it's simply the precision and the recall, something in the middle. It could be an average or whatever, but it have a calculation as well. But these are like just you and the most basic example of what an evaluation metric could be. Could be more than this, and this would be shared with you whenever or like whatever the challenge that you're trying to do. So if it's like currently, I'm sure that you will have like what is the evaluation matrix. If it's for later when you're working on a project, if it's from like a university, if it's on Kaggle, whatever the reference is, you would know what is the evaluation matrix, and you have to understand it correctly, and you have to understand its calculation. So this is the second step of like a process. So what I was just saying while the screen wasn't sharing, that you have to start by building the model, evaluating your model, tune it and make it a little bit better, and then produce a new model, evaluate the new model, tune it, and so on and so forth. So this is the step. You start with a very simple one and you keep improve it till it's that changes, whatever change you're doing doesn't affect the result. So this would be the maximum that you could get, and this would be your final model until you're satisfied. And that's how you select your model. Actually, we have covered the last one. And then I think we already covered like the evaluation. The final one is the result visualization. Whenever you are working on a model, you have to present finally to whoever is asking you this. It could be the customer, it could be the challenge. You have to create something that explain what is your final model, what the data that you have used in order to generate the model, what is the final score that you have got, and what enhancement you could make. Maybe the enhancement is not in the model itself, it's in the data. If I have more information about like the this country, I would be creating more results. If I have more information about X, I would be generating better results, and so on. So how this model could be enhanced, or how this project, we are not talking about model, how this project could be enhanced. So this is the final step of any project that you're working on. You summarize everything and you put it in a slide, a simple slide, maybe in a similar format that explain what you have done. And by that, we are like we finished the checklist. I have like a last part that I'm not sure if you want or not. I added it here just in case. Is there is any person, actually, let's, before jumping in, anyone have a question? Is there is any question that someone here want to raise? The last part is about the skills that you need in order to become a data scientist. Actually, as I told you in the beginning, I'm not sure of like your level of technicality. What do you know? What do you don't know? But this is like a sample slide about like what skills you must have as a data scientist. If no one have a question, I will just share it and that will be it. And if you have any question, we can proceed with the question. Okay, for the skill sets, I will go quickly. The basic, I'm calling it the basic, is communication skills. You will be, as I was saying in the beginning, when you need to know more information about the data, you'll be reaching out to someone to ask him about it. If you don't understand the business, you will be asking. You will get requirement from someone and then present back the requirement to someone else. You must be able to communicate. So this is like the first step, and this is something that we all can learn. It's not a skill or it's not a personality type. It's a skill. Then the data visualization, you must be able to visualize your data right to the right customers or to the right attendees. The presentation skills, because at the end you'll be presenting your results to someone. I'm talking about like the real life work experience, whatever project you're working on, you will be presenting to someone at your company. Then statistical analysis, you have to be able, or you must be aware of statistics. You must study it if you don't, because sometimes people overlook this one. Then the programming skills, you must be aware of Python or R. It's I think the company or like the market choice, but most of the companies usually use Python. Data wrangling and handling, you should be aware, like for SQL or SQL, it's a must have. The rest of like topics, which is like Hadoop, big data, cloud, all of this stuff, it's like a good to have. It's not a must have, but SQL is a must have. And the most essential part, which is machine learning and deep learning, this is like a must have. I would say that machine learning is a must have, deep learning maybe later on. If someone is a beginner, you can achieve almost or like solve almost all the problems with just machine learning. And later on, if you are a beginner, you can start to learn deep learning or generative AI and enhance your skills. And the good to have, which is something that someone have asked. It's when I don't remember who, but you were asking about how all of this is handled. It's being added into an application, as you were saying, which is called the model deployment. Once I did everything in the background, I must deploy my model into something, because there is no a standalone machine learning. It have to be part of something. It should be part of a mobile app, a web application. It should be part of your system detecting a problem, like the bank system to detect all of like the fraud uh, stuff, whatever the outcome or like the environment that you will merge back to is, you have to be aware of how to deploy this model into it, how to integrate it. So this is like a skill that you must have, but based on the environment or the company that you're working on. And the last one is the visualization tool. If you are working at a company, usually we try to present all of like the data analysis that we do at the beginning on a dashboard. It could be Tableau, Power BI, Click. There is like many options now, Data Looker, whatever the platform is. It's a skill that you should have. So these are the skill sets that you should have. And this is everything. I'm open for question. We have, I think, 4 minutes. I'm proud of myself for like the time management. But if you have any question, please go ahead. No questions? All clear? Okay. If so, have a lovely day. I'm not sure if you have something else in your calendar or like in your agenda. So I will just stop sharing. And if someone needed any question, I would ask actually Muhammad to share my LinkedIn account with you, my Instagram account. I'm reachable on both of them. If anyone had any further question regarding this or regarding something else, I'm happy to answer your questions, and have a lovely day. I will just like say bye. Bye.
Thank you, Injasma. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you for your efforts. Uh, Let us now welcome Inj Varnavision, Senior UI UX Designer at Emirates Group.
Hi. Okay. It's so audible and visible. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Sorry, good afternoon. Hi, good evening, everyone. I'm not audible, but
Good evening.
good evening. Yes. Thank you.
Good
Tha-
evening. Happy evening.
Okay, I can I can hear a lot of voices. Thank you for you guys. My name is Varna Vijayan. I'm a senior UI UX designer working in Emirates Group. So I'm excited. I'm very excited to be a part of NASA's project, space project apps, to share my design philosophy and all my design skills to you. So my classes will be, I will share few of the screens of which is like slideshows and all. After that, I will directly jump to practical classes, like how to make the design, how you're gonna design and all. Before that, before my screen sharing, I would like everyone to uh, open a tab, the name Figma. It's a free version. You can download it or you can use by log in with the Gmail account. So you can also follow me while doing the design. Okay, thumbs up. No response. Okay, fine. I think I need to share. Yes, I got one thumbs up. I'm waiting for others one also. Yes. Okay, okay. Cheers. So I will share my screen. I will guide you guys how to. Yes. So this is my screen. I will excuse you guys. So open your tab and just type Figma. Okay. Here you can see get start. You can start by get a free trial. You can log in with a Gmail address. Okay, guys, you can log in with your Gmail address, which ID you have, and you can access through this website itself. Okay, shall I continue? So this is the Figma. I will show you before starting how the designs are made up. This is a Figma tab. This is for example, I will show you. This is an application which for a food order. See? Interesting? See, I press the button. Let's continue. Start today. So I'm ordering food. Yes, I'm just wait for the delivery. Track on. So this application is used for the UI part. Before that, we can go for the presentation. So once again, today I'm gonna cover the subject of UI UX for a beginner. And today I will cover all the key part, how you're gonna design a web application or a website or anything that it's a basics things I will cover for that. So once again, thank you guys. Okay. The first screen. This is a slide. So first we can go for an introduction. Introduction of UI UX is like UI is a user interface, UX is the user experience. So first you can say for the user design, UX is user experience. It is like it's a process of creating a meaningful things. It's like a blueprint. Suppose you have to build a building, you need to get a blueprint of what is this building, where the windows has been placed, where the doors has been placed, where we have to put the curtains, where we have to do this all stuff. So UX is particularly says that the placement of all the stuffers. It's like creating, it's like a digital product. It's a process of creating the product that provide the meaningful and a relevant experience to the user. It is like what I say that the placement and all the stuff. Suppose I need to build a cupcake website or a cupcake like application or something. So I need to understand first who's my user. I need to understand who gonna buy my product, who is so interested in my product. So first I need to understand my user. That is says that user research. Information architecture is like once I understand about my user, what the users actually wanted, how they're gonna buy it through online or offline or anything through the digital experience. So I need a step by step. What I saw like for example, we are ordering something from Career App. You log in with your mail ID or your Career App ID, then you search for the food, what is your exactly wanted. So after that, it goes to the payment method and then it's go to the ready to order. So each steps have a path. A path that is we'll call like sitemap, information architecture, user flow, something like that. Next is wireframing and prototyping. Wireframing is like giving a demonstrated. Okay, we say that the screen size is this much. A mobile have a suppose this mobile have a size of this. So this place is to be taken by the mobiles. Are like the you can see here this part the time and all that is a mobile constant thing. So we can't take that screen. Rather than rest the part is like hello, how are you, giving a greetings and all the stuff. So that placement, where should it comes, where should we need to give this all things, it comes to the UX part. And the wireframing is also is called like a blueprinting or blue firing and all. And prototyping is like interaction. When I click the button, it goes to the, it jumps to the next page, and then it comes to, if the person wanted to come back also, there is a arrow button, it comes to the backspace. That interaction is called as prototyping. Actually, it's a demonstration. We redesign, and we'll get a part of mm, redesigning. We will get, okay, this is exactly we need and the business need and the users need. Then we will get after we will get for this, after this we will design it and we'll give to the developer. After that, developer will develop it and the tester will test it. Then the product will gonna be launched. So we UI UX part is the first stage of a digital product. Okay, then usability. That's what I said, the usability testing. We will call it A/B testing. We will design 2 or 3 types of design and we will test it multiple times. What I say, the prototype is like a demo of a mobile application or a website or anything. It will be a demo. So we will give to the users like, can you please do it? Or we will ask to request them, go through a application, what you feel about it, how do you feel it, and all the stuff. So usability testing and the user testing is also very important. And interaction is like micro interactions, like small animations and all the stuff is also important for an application. So I think you're clear about UX. Maybe you're not clear about it, but if I say about more detail, you'll get so confused. After this slide, we all can create together. Then the UX part and UI part will be clear. Okay, next slide is the UI. UI is like how the app look like. It's a user interface or user interface design. It's like how the app is looks, how you feel it, the colors, the button, the icons, and all the stuff is like UI part. UX is like completely blueprint. UX is a completely blueprint. UI is a completely colorful part. If you look for a human body, the skin, the color, the hair, the textures are the UI part. UX is my external organs like my in the stomach, my external, all my heart, lungs, kidney. This is all my UX part. Both are important to a human body. That's why that's also the same to the mobile application as well. That's both are important. UI part and UX part is mostly important for everything, every digital experience. So yes, you have a doubt, please go. Harshit. Okay, I'm not hearing anything. Please write a comment then. I can't unmute. I think admin can help you. Okay, you write your note. We can clear it. Chat is disabled. Oh, I'm also helpless over here. You write your comments. Write your doubts on your paper. After we can clear it. Okay. Okay, so color, typography, buttons, layouts, icons, all the interaction elements is comes to UI part. We call this UI design. If you're looking for a good industry areas, there are a lot of specific roles you can find it. UX role, UX specialist, UX researcher, UX principals. And if you go for UI part also, there is UI interaction designers, motion designers. You can specialize in category basis. If you're going looking for a small companies, the job will be done by one person. So as a UI UX designers, you have to make sure that you are capable to do everything. So I will give you an example for UI UX. See, this is the UX before designing, how it looks and how it's the after design that on. So here you can see the spaces. I say, hi, John, I'm me. And that's a message. And I given a space that this is for a profile photo of that person. And there is a search bar and there will be a tab which is like what would this is like a learning application. There is a button I have given. It doesn't mean that the button should be, this is a rough copy of what we have to design. So there is a button over here. Then recently he worked it and see all of the activities. There is another button which is a text button, and there's a two, three bars as I have given. Then there's a home that is the main navigation top bar, bottom bar, home, courses, library, profile. So this is the blueprint, just a blueprint. And here is the UI part. So I have given here colorful things. See, I have filled out the spaces and this is more attractive and all the stuff. I have given the multiple colors and I've given the libraries like the icons are very different way. So this is very attractive for the users. And because here it's very clear, this is for a learning application. So my user is students. Students needs multiple colors. If it's a B2B, like if a business to business, I will not choose a lot of colors. We'll say that design philosophies. You will learn it if you are so interested on more color, topography, colorography, and all. So this is a basic thing. We have to understand the user. Understand the user. If it's a feminist, like feminine types of maybe jewelry things, we will not use such kind of colors. If it's like a car or car motto, something like that, we'll not use such kind of colors. It will be like more uh, men-oriented colors or car-oriented colors, something like that. So it's based on the project or the product or the business. You can say it like that. So UI and UX part is clear, I guess, for you guys. So what is the important of user-centered design? User-centered design is like designing a product that meets the needs of the users and the business goal. As I told that once a customer once you want to launch a project or product, you have to understand your user, what is your users, and you have to align with the business also. So we will say that this all term is user-centered design solution. We are not designing for us. We are designing for the client or the user. The design should be aligned or understandable or easy to use by user. If you are a designer, if you are a good designer, you don't need to improve your skills inside it because the user doesn't have wanted to they doesn't have a patient to know what is happening and all. They need a quick action. So a good designer is a solution maker, not it's not like problem maker. So if you are very good at design, don't use all of the colors and the stuff. So there is a principle you have to follow it, that is user-centered design. The key principle is like always prioritize the users needs, behaviors, and pain point, and understand their pain. Empathy is like all of the users are frustrated, most of the users are frustrated of using most of the applications or something like that. If suppose I need to build an application for a news reading. So most of the readers are only capable, most of the applications are you using just for a reading. Maybe most few of the applications are giving the voice recording, like the voice can also can the play automatically. So that is one solution we can give for that news reading applications. Or we have to read it. That the user doesn't want to read a long time of period. Most of the users are like young, like more than like 30 plus of ages. So they doesn't want to read much while driving and all. So if we give an audio, yes, yes, please. I'm getting a lot of doubts over here. Shivang.
Miss, someone from one of my friends is inviting me to join his team in Figma. So right now, for if I join his team, will it be for the whole website creation or only for this lesson or something?
It's for your process. It's not for mine. It's not like as I told that it's a free version. You can try by yourself,
So
nothing else. You
that
can
means,
create website, you can create your own applications and all the stuff.
so we all will be together and we will lead and
No,
create
no, it will be an individual.
individual.
Yeah,
Separately.
separately. If you want it, I can create a team and I can send it, but it will be take a long time of period because we have a limited time.
So Miss, what will exactly happen if I join this team?
Which team you're saying? That is community of Figma. It's not my team.
No, Miss, Harshit, he created a team and then he wants to add me and my friend.
Okay, then join it. Harshit, please send the link for me as well. I can also add it and I can share it.
It's like basically Figma. What do we use it for?
Figma is like as I told, it is for the designing process.
But we won't use it for the main activity.
If you wanted to create a website, if you wanted to create an application, if you are more interested in the Figma, like designing process, you can use it. If you wanted to use a presentation, if you wanted to do anything, you can use the Figma.
Figma? Okay,
Yes,
Miss.
Figma. Figma.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Yes, Harshit. Harshit, you are so great. I need to really appreciate you. You have created the teams. Wow. But
Miss,
mm,
you can say.
okay.
So,
Mm,
so what I'm saying is that I sent the link to Shivang all about the Figma. So which they said to choose either file, the file, whiteboard, or the website or something. I forgot.
Keep it there. Keep it there. Don't play with the Figma. Let me complete the section and we can do it together. Okay?
Okay.
Okay.
How do I send you the link?
The link. Wait.
Yeah,
I will do it. Okay. Please log in. I will create and I will share to you. Okay, guys?
I logged in.
Okay. Okay. Keep it. Keep it. Don't play with it. Let me
Okay.
complete the section.
Okay, Miss.
Okay? Okay, this is my last slide. Please give me 5 more minutes. What is design thinking methodology is like a problem solving, which I definitely I told you what how to understand the user's needs and goals and go for it. So you guys are very fresh for it. So I think you all are logged in with Figma. How many us are logged in with Figma? Please hands up, thumbs up. Okay, Shivanga. Okay, Nadia. Then. Okay. I'm getting few of them. So, I think this video is also recording. So you can see a tab like your name, team project, new design file, new Figma jump project board, new slide tag. Okay, so you can create a new design file, or I will share my link, and from that we can also I have used it a lot. Sorry for guys, this is all my projects. I'll send my set study material itself. Okay. Mm, okay. Mm, okay. So I can't share my file right now. Something is saying that. Okay. How many all are login? How many all are create a file, new file? Okay, few of them are stuck, I guess. This is a new file. My tab is black in color, so that just looks different maybe for you guys. This is the tool. Have you aware about Photoshop, Adobe, and all? This is similar. Adobe, before I was using Adobe XD for designing applications. Yes, Sarshit, designing applications and all. Now, the current society, the community of designers are using Figma. So we all prefer Figma also. You will also find a very fun of it, and you can create your own applications by yourself. So I will get through you this one. I'll go through. This is file. This is a mouse. So you can move the mouse. This is the frames. The frames have multiple options that I will show you. This is used for the squares, like drawing the square lines, arrows, ellipse, and all the stuff you can do it. Then there is pen. Pen is like pen and pencil. You can have a free draw, then text, and this is complex, this is resources, and this is hold and all the stuff. Here you can see the layers and assets. So I have multiple layer, but you will have a page one layer. So first, for to create a application, you have to select a frame. So I to go for everyone follow me. If you have a doubt, please let me know. That frame, I choose the frame F. So F, so I'm choosing for a mobile screen. I choose phone. So you can see a multiple options like Android, which size of phone you want. Android and all the stuff. So I'm using iPhone 13. See? Wait a minute, my mouse got disconnected. So iPhone 13. So iPhone 13. If you want to see the iPhone 13, how it looks. Okay. If I wanted to see this iPhone 30, how it looks, it's like I click it and I go for the share. Please move the file from the home system to drop. Sorry guys, give me 5 minutes. See, it's taking a lot of time because I am using a lot of stuff. My Figma is overloaded. That's what they are saying. So you can press the share button so you can see the live, how it looks, the screen, how it looks. Are you able to see? Share. See, I open another tab. Once again, I will show you. I choose this tab and I go for the play prototype view. So it's go to present. It's go to other screen. It shows how it's the screen look. If you do something over here, it will come over here. Suppose I draw a square. See, the square is here. I draw another square. I'm just copy paste. See other. You can move it. This is like a demonstration. You can see the demo of how it goes and all, or you can see it from your tab itself. Like, see, I choose this preview in on the left side button. Whatever you do over here, suppose I rotate this, it comes like I change the color. Following? Guys, you're following or not? Am I so hurt? So, first, an application have a space of, yes, Harshit, go for it. Harshit, okay, Harshit, I have a doubt. So this space is for a constant. This space we are not using right now, still can't. I'm sorry, Harshit. I can't also. This space is empty. Like we have to give the mobile identity space. So we can't use this space over here. So suppose I'm creating what topic I need to do it. Give me an example, which web application I have to design over here. Harshit? No comments? Shivanga? Aya? No one? Yes, Harshit. Give me an
Yes, miss.
okay, give me.
Miss, could you repeat your question?
Okay, here we have an opportunity. I will design a web application page for you guys. So, which type of application you guys want?
Oh, I would like a application where uh for a restaurant order like Talabat or something.
Okay. Anything else from anyone?
Miss, and also can you show me how you got that iPhone background?
Yes, I will show you. I choose once again. I choose the frame.
Yeah,
See frame. I choose
yeah.
it from here. Phone. You can see phone, tablet, desktop,
Mm,
presentation, watches, paper, social media, and blah blah blah. So I
yeah.
choose the iPhone. So the iPhone there is iPhone 13 and 14. I choose it.
Okay.
Okay. Then I choose
Mm,
it. Then I just okay. Then I took this and I go for the preview and it comes over here.
mm, okay.
Okay. Can we name a restaurant name over here?
Talabat?
No, Talabat is already there. We can create our own.
Mm,
No comments? I think I will go for Harish. Harish. Pick up. How is it?
We would have named it what? Harshit's tea spot. And Miss, also one more question. Right now we are creating the website on Figma, right? So
It's not website, it's application.
yeah, application of Figma, right? So I have experience of creating a website before also. I created it 2 times, but I used a different website. It's actually really good. It's called Wix.com.
No, don't go for Wix. Wix is actually it's a third party application. It's a third party. It's like Wix is already have a lot of designs and all this stuff. If you really wanna go for Wix application, it's work for 1, 2, 3 days. After that, it will say that you need to go for an upgrade version. Oh, this is completely business. Or it will take a long time to load and all this stuff. So Wix is already go for like that is a third party application. It will take a lot of time. It's already just this is very simple. This is drag and drop. Anyone can create the websites. So it's not a friendly one. So I will not recommend anyone to do use.
Okay, miss. So Figma is good.
Yeah, Figma, you can create by your own things. Okay. Harish. So congratulations, Harish. You are a take up. You have your own business right now. Okay. So for this, I choose T to type and just I type that. Okay. Once I select, there is a frame called, this is a frame. You can see the frame, Harish Teacup. Then there is a tab on the left side. You can see the test alignment, the colors and all here. See the test, which I choose gallery. So you can choose any other test which is your favorite one. And you can choose the size. Okay. Then this is all alignment, left alignment, right alignment, all the stuff. And here is the color. You can choose the multiple colors. So I choose a little darker version. See, you can choose the colors. You can use the effects, the shadow effect on the stuff. So I just create this, but this looks very empty. We have to give more colors. This is for the tea, coffee, right? Let me check if I have a coffee, tea. Yes, I have a. This is from my local file. I have downloaded a lot of icons. You will get a lot of icons from free version like icon stock, material UI, which is very downloadable. When you're downloading an icon, make sure that it is .svg format, because SVG format we can customize, see the colors. See, I changed the colors and all the stuff. See? Okay. Mm, see. So here's a curve. This is very empty. Still very empty. I need a background color. So I choose this as a So the background color, I choose the frame. So you can see that FFF, which is white color. I click over here, then I choose the pen color and I choose a similar color. It's blue. So I choose a little more lighter. How is it now? See this? This, how is it? Good? We can draw something else also. No, it's look weird. We can give a So here I draw a ellipse. I draw a ellipse and I hide it over here somewhere. Okay. Something creative, you can do it. Something you can do it. Very innovative, creative. So this is our login first screen. Okay. I just copy and paste it. Other one, this could be, okay. Yes, Shivanga. Yes, please. Yes. No idea. Okay. So the next, how we gonna log in? How the user gonna use Harish? Like if he's logging through Gmail account, or if it's just login through your access and create a new password to use it, how could be it's possible? Can you solve this solution problem? Anyone can solve this problem? Yes, miss, come on. Harish. Harish. It's a lot
Yeah,
of-
Miss, I couldn't unmute myself. Yeah, like where do you get this? Like,
Which
Miss,
one?
like
Every
whatever
time
you
I
are
go
doing into Figma, it shows that like build your own theme library, start here, but I can't get the page you are getting. Yeah, how do you get this page?
Give me, I will share this page. Okay, fine. Okay,
Like,
copy. Okay, I will share. How can I chat from this? It's
Means there will
just
be
chat option. Yeah, yeah. Oh, it's disabled. Can you, hi admin, please, can you? Yes, okay. Okay, guys, please click all this. I have shared this one. Go it.
let me join the meeting. Let me join the meeting from here. We can get on here also. Join. The only thing we're doing here. Put mine. I have the link. You don't. You didn't sign up for the bootcamp. Mine shutting the door. No, like.
So,
Can you shut the door? Miss, when you share.
so multiple, a lot of peoples are there. See, now you can see the screen. 7, Harish. Yes.
Miss, like, how is Harshit able to use the mouse?
Everyone can use the mouse,
Oh,
but you can't edit it. I think. Which, okay, everyone, I will give you edit option. Oops. I can give you edit option, but you approve. Yes. My file I have a lot of other people. It's gonna create it. Hey, I see a lot of faces, Shivanga. Actually, I can do it. I'm using a free version of Figma. Please go through this file and yes, you can see the views. You can't edit it. You can see it. Everyone can see it. I know that, but yes, you can see the line alignment. Where is it positioned? Where I draw it? Where could I do it? And those stuff. Maybe this part. Come to here. Come to here. Come to the sharing screen. This part may be invisible for you guys, but you can see the what are the layers, and you can use this as a reference. Okay. spotting me. So you can use as a reference. Uh, no, you can't draw it. Someone is trying to. Okay, can I continue my classes? After this class, log in with Figma. If you have any doubt, please contact me through LinkedIn. I will guide you and design by your own things and do it by today itself or tomorrow. If you are more interested, go for it. Can I do it next? We have a problem over here. No one is sorting the problem. Harish, Shivank. Hello, Shivank. Guys, you can comment over here. Guys, I'm losing my time. Can I draw it? Thumbs up. Please, can I draw it? Yes. Okay, so we have a problem over here. Okay, this is the first screen. The second screen, what should we have to do it? It should be a login screen or anyone can use this application. Yes, Shivanga, please. On your, or everyone please on your audio. Then we can go for a chat like on the audio. Shivang, please, there is a problem. I'm saying that once you go through an application, which screen you're gonna see? It is like a login screen. The login screen have 3, 4 types of yes. Oh, you're all muted. Okay, I understand.
Let's Miss, so like after the main page, they will ask for, like, it depends if it's a new website, and they will ask for our username and password. But if it's like we already logged in from previous, then it'll just straight up take away to order and stuff.
So we can say that is the first one.
Yes.
So, ma'am, this is Shivang father. Sorry, interrupting you. So, whatever the Figma and screenshot you are sharing, like they have the detail like what they are developing in the mobile application and all. They have.
Okay.
They know what to develop in the mobile application. I know, like you are giving the reference key, you can take the reference from this Figma, but what to develop they knows or not? Any idea they have?
Yeah, I'm not aware about it. This is like an interaction class to teach them how to design.
Okay, so like you were showing the front end. Okay, so and you were talking about the login and all. So here must be the backend required. Like locally they can save from the front end and they can use, or it should be public over the domain. Like in the backend somebody do the database and insertion deletion code operation should happen. Like that they have to do.
No, this is just a front-end designing process.
Okay, so
So
in the
this is
NASA
like
app, you show only the
this is
front-end things.
yeah, this is like how a UX. My part is to introduce them a UI UX part is, but I'm not. If I took a UX slideshow classes, they all will get bored. If they are getting interested to design what they wanted, my class of agenda is like interacting with them and do it. So this is like a front end designing. Then I asked a few of the questions from my side, and they will give me the answer. Then all of us can develop the design it. So
Okay,
that
no,
is the
you
process.
told the login screen. So login screen, if they can also design after entering email password, how it will go the further, because either interact with the backend application or maybe locally save in the local DB and
Sir, I think you are not aware about the UI UX part.
oh,
This is a demonstration for the business client.
okay.
Backend, and after designing, after developing the design skill, it will goes to the development team. The development team have a two section, is that what you're talking about, the backend and the front end. The front end will design the front end, and the backend will do the databases and all. After developing that, this goes to the testing team. The testing team gonna be launching. So these are four type of stages. Here I'm just introducing them to design and make them on. It will not go for, I'm not teaching them how to code and all. I'm just teaching how to design and how to think to design a good solution, like a good application. It's just a thinking process and designing process, nothing
Okay.
else.
One more thing, like as a front end, you were teaching how to design. So what interface editor they will use, like Android Studio or what, and what the programming language for front end you were guiding.
I'm not teaching you the development part here. I'm
Okay.
just teaching the designing part
Okay. Okay.
and the
Understood.
solution and the solution maker.
Okay. No problem. Thank you. You can continue.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Miss, like
Yes.
after we make the front page, we have to put the login and username, and then maybe if we are already logged in from the beginning, we have to go and like make a order in case if this is your app to deliver.
See, I create a login. It's a login page. Okay. I choose this. So this is the login page. How is the user gonna use? Like it shows a boxes and boxes type. One text box for enter the username. Second for the password, and third for reconfirm the password. Right. So there are three screens, guys. Right. So this is the first screen. So I draw one boxes, two boxes, and three boxes. Okay. So this is for login page. And after this, after they give 1, 2, 3 input, they need a button to say continue. Right? So I placed a three buttons. No, one button and three input files, input text. Okay. Yes, Harish. Miss did send me the link, but it doesn't. So you can't edit because my version of Figma have a problem. So I prefer you guys, like I have shared this multiple people. So it's like already 15 people are shared my Figma, which is my professional way. So you can use you can use the screens as a reference and go through a new screen and go through whatever I teach you guys right now, you can redesign it. Okay. So this is the username I just given. It's like 40. This is username text. So I just give 10 See, I just reduce the radians over here. See, radians 1. So I just close it. I can say here, enter your type, your name. Okay. So I place this one as Harish. I placed it in the middle. I place it in the middle. Yeah, is it please? Yes, go. Okay, I have to begin from beginning. It will take time. I have only 40 minutes more. So I will give a quick introduction for Figma as well. First you create a file and you will get a board. That board have contained this all things. And if you go for the frame, you choose a frame. I think you guys can record the video. You can record the video and do it once again. Okay. So the frames I choose at iPhone 13 and 14. After choosing this to get a live review, I use the preview version, which is I kept it over here. Yes, Arish. Okay, I kept it over here. Then I named it a brand and I placed it something. Okay. Then the second page has everyone says that we have a login page. So the login page, I create a login over here, the username and the password. Username. So I create username and a text post for the username and password. Okay. I just take it this all and copy paste. Once again, I'll do it. I select it and left button is copy and paste here. And I take this frame out of here. It's like one more. Okay. Then I just type it a little more. Say and say, and this is the password section. It says we are saying that enter your password. Okay. Then we have for us, we can keep this like this. Then we have to create a button. Once they enter the password, I'm skipping the part of saying that create a new one and all, just log in. Okay. And I create a button and this button has the same color. It's like I say login. And I place it's little more higher size and I placed in the middle. And this black is not gonna match with this color. So I go with color and the buttons and it's like green color. Yes. So the button is here and I placed on the middle. Okay. Yes, Harish. Okay, the button is over there and we are so after this page, you say that after the logo page, it's go to the login page. So I need to connect this frame to this frame. Guys, please be paying attention. Are you paying attention? Okay, guys, please be concentrate over here because this is very important part, which is connecting one frame to other frame. We are going to connect here. So I am just connect. I choose this connect this frame, and I go to the prototype, which is, I chose this prototype, and this is like interaction start following. Okay. Then interaction section. I click the interaction. I choose this one and I drag it to here. It's like a tab. Instant. I just give smart move. It's animation section. Okay. Be careful with this all section. This is animation. Okay. See here. We can preview how it's good looking. See, this is the logo screen. I just press, it goes to the screen. Okay. I know you guys are confused. Since once again, I'll show you the screen. I just choose, this is designing path and this is prototype. Prototype is the animation section. So this is like I press over here, then I choose the prototype and I just close this. The prototype section gives a plus mark and I just drag it over here and I choose the tab, which is when the users tab, it goes there. And this is animation part. It is the back AC part, and this is smart moving type. So I go once again, preview that, how it's look. See, this is here. See, I just tab it. See, you can also preview this section. You can also preview the section. Everyone can also preview the section. You do this, go the preview version and preview it in your screen. Okay. Okay, Nadia. Interesting? Is it the interesting one or not? Give me a thumbs up if it's interesting. It is really interesting. Once after this class over, open your Figma file again. I have shared the link. Go through it, or you can do it one thing that just copy. You can copy here. You can copy and paste it on your file. Okay, let's go for the other screen. The next screen, I just copy, where's my copy? I just copy and I paste it here. It's a replicant because I don't want to create once again. And now it's a home screen, right? So home screen, I would like to have Harish copies T. I just decrease the size. Let's preview it. How does it look? I give a message that welcome. Shiva. Okay. I just give it hi messages. I just use purpose, right? Okay. What is next? I give a hi messages. Once you open a restaurant, what you will gonna see? Anyone can answer? The list of coffees? Why no messages? I just wanna.
Miss, so we can add the list of coffees, what they can order from the shop.
Yes, perfect. Which are the
Like the
coffees
list
you
of
want?
what they can order.
Yes, which are the coffees you like?
We can have like iced matcha. We can have like coffee with milk.
Mhm.
We can have different beverages.
Okay, I'm sorry. It's okay. Okay. So we may have a little confusion which of the coffees we have. So we can Google it. Okay, I just Google it. I'm going to use a near coffee shop. This is my keyword. Okay, I'm just look coffee shops. So now I'm doing the competitor analysis. Which are the famous coffee shops are near to me? What are the coffees they are selling? If that product is aligned with my product and all the stuff. So I just look best coffees in cafes in Dubai. So I just coffees and culture, or like we can go for applications or Talabat. Let's look Talabat. Oops, I search for coffees. By the way, we are no, not Talabat. Hmm. Did they have website? Yes. See the website. What are the coffees they are selling over here? The reviews. We don't want the reviews. From the reviews, we can understand what are the problem they have might with the coffees. It's not solely about them. They don't have the menu. But so drag coffee. So they don't have a proper website. Most of the company doesn't have a proper website to give me the informations. Yeah, see, this is tea shops. What are the flavors they have? Uh, Butterfly pay. It's like here they are giving butterfly. This is the name. How much is cost? How many tabby? And it's free delivery overall. And when I will get this coffee, that's the tea. This is a flavor. It's not the real tea they are serving. This is just a flavors. We need the teas. No, I don't want. Mm, So, hmm, this is tea glasses. We are not getting the proper one, right? The famous teas, correct tea. Okay, we got an information about correct tea. See, correct tea. So I choose this. I need this background image. Okay, so I just save save my page. It will take a lot of time. So I'm taking a screenshot. So I just only want the tea, only want the tea bag, only the tea I just wanted. I don't want this background. So I use the remove BG, which remove your background. So I update the file, go for the recent, update. So this is a free website. They will remove. Oh, it's look weird. It's look weird. but anyway, we can adjust with this. I just downloaded and I gonna add in the Figma. I just add the Figma. Adding the Figma new image. You can go this one. So you can go the file, place a image and open. Anyway, I'll use this one. Yes, see? So that image is over here. Okay, I just copy and place over here. Okay. So I just give, this is a background. Yes, Arish. Har shit. Okay. Wait. What will write? Give me a messages like welcome, your favorite tea, something over here. We can place the content over here. Then we can give the list of teas recently added or something. What new cup tea? Okay, I just added over here and I give one space and I just place saying new tea. The name of tea is new tea. I just giving, and the price is like 24 AD. That is very important over here. Then we can say free delivery. Okay, free delivery. We can give extra bold and little 60 free delivery. Then we can give a button buy now. So I'm creating a button, draw a box, and if you want a curve over here, the box you can see this is y-axis and this is x-axis. Y-axis and x-axis. That is shows the alignment. Y-axis and x-axis. So I choose this one. This box have the width is 140. The height is 47. Whenever you goes to design, after designing, the measurement is very, very important. So always keep sure the measurement and the placement is correct because different mobile have different sizes. Yeah, your daily tip. Your daily tip. Go. Now I choose. Okay. So we are creating button. I place. So this button I have to take it in front. So I press my left button, bring front, and it comes to bring front. So the button size is before the button size, I don't want a sharp corner, so I have to reduce it. So this is the reducing one. So I just give 10. So now the edges are a little more lighter. choose, I need to choose the color of this button. It's okay, let us give a little more lighter. And I don't want black, exactly black color. It will not shows the that button is not the white, the black is not good for it, which is just not visible. Let give me a semi small, and I don't want as 20. It is like 50 or 40. It should be visible and flexible and pressable. So I choose both of this and I give us an auto layout. Auto layout will help you to align with the two objects. So I just give the auto layout. Now it is perfectly fit. Okay, auto layout. I need to see. Now you can, after pressing shift, it's like you can increase the size of this button. So I don't want this much. By now, I just give it over here. Then we need, I just taking this T over here. I just decrease the size. Okay, just very, so I just want this image as this size. I keep over it and select both of it. And I say that use mask. Sorry, I create, if you wanted to merge two objects, it's like you will get the confusion over this. This is like there's cropping and all the stuff. If you want to crop on this rectangular size, keep it on the back side and select it both and press the left button and use as a mask. So it comes the same size of the box. Okay, now it's like, so I need to align this all three. So I give the auto layout. Auto layout is very good for everything. That auto layout, you can see there is, after creating auto layout, they will give you a exact how much is the padding difference over here. So it's like 4. I don't want 4. I just creating minus something because it should be little more. So this is it. So this is the frame. So I just auto layout again. Again, auto loading again to get a good alignment. So it becomes one frame. So here goes, I'm copying again, copy, paste here once again. See, I place over here. I'm copying again and paste here. See? So the first look is ready. So what is next? We have to connect this to this frame. So yes, Nadia, am I correct? Correct. Yes, please, I'm looking forward. Here, I'm connecting this button to this one. I just want this button to create. Yeah, we can create it. We can create a home button. First, we can connect this one. There is a prototype. I just choose this prototype plus to here. So navigated, I give the smart animated and go it. Just everyone just preview it. Preview it by on your screen how it looks. So I just press, see? So it's thumbs up. It's working for everyone. Okay. So once it's finished, and we will have a home page section. See, home space section. The button. We can create this home button. This will take long time of period, but it's exactly we need it. But we can go for another page. I given the space. If you are more interested, you can copy and paste it and uh, download the icons from the free website, which is providing the free icons, and place it over here and play it. Next is like the description of Miss, the enter your name text cannot be changed. So how can you enter your name? I didn't get your question. Enter your name, username. I didn't get the question. So in the login, yes, I understand. In the login, there is a section called enter your name. So you're not able to edit it, or it's not gonna be changed. What's that? So the next page is like once you click over here, it's go to the other page section. Okay, other page section. This page is go to. I can edit. I can now I'm not looking for the perfection. I just want to complete this application right now. So shall we go, because I have only 10-15 minutes left. Okay. So I can give a back button. So if you're not find over here a back button, you can draw by yourself with the arrow. See, see there's an arrow. You can turn it and decrease it. The back button. Where's my back button? It's outside. Not. What's happening over here? Okay. So I'll draw a back button. Why this arrow is not this page? Okay. It's a back button. I say it is a back. Go back. Back. Okay. The back button. I create a back button. And we can give this coffee, not the tea. And we can give the description, which this is for a dummy version. We can use this one. We can use this content. Actually, we don't use this content. Sorry. Actually, we don't use the content. Actually, this content will create by the content creators and the UX designers. UI part will be is just align, just give the colors and all. So we have to fill something over here. That's why I just made it. I'm not reading the content, especially this is about coffee or tea or not. So I don't want this much of here. This one. And saying the price. And saying the price over something here. This time I don't want this alignment on this tape, so I just keep this. Because before it was the before the alignment was the down version, I need now vertical. So I just, before it was vertical, I need horizontal. I just give the horizontal layout. Now the frame, increase the size of the frame, and I give it set auto. Then you return, see. Okay. I just give the dummy one. Don't. So the spaces are still left. Okay, choose one. Okay. The content is dummy. Don't go for the dummy. You have to create by your side. It's just a content dummy version. Now we have a button. It's called buy now. Okay. I just keep this button over here because this action is the decision is, come on. Decision should be created by quickly. Have to take an action. Yes, come on. I'm waiting. The decision is I have to create by quickly. So it is like this. So this is the basic one. Next stage will be payment section and all the stuff. So now next, if the user click on this specific button, it goes to prototype to here. Okay, tab. But the user have to go back also. I just create this button back, prototype back. Okay, guys, check it. How is work? It's working or not? Buy now. Oh, yes. See, back. Okay. Yeah. Someone has joined it. I think you have another section today. There. Okay, cool. So I had 10 more minutes. So today we studied about design, UX part, how we do this is the wireframes. This is the high fidelity of the UI part of the design. Once you come up, what you exactly is misunderstanding. Once you come back, understand, okay, this is my design. I want to develop. So you will place the keys where can you do this? Short. Okay. Description is long. How we do the short, like put in one buttons. Is I will explain you how to create a one button mode. You guys are recording the screen, or if you have any doubt, I will share my LinkedIn account and my Instagram account. Instagram, I have put a lot of videos, study and teaching videos, animations videos, and all. If you found any interesting over that, we can catch up. I can meet you face to face and I will teach you. Uh, this, can you share? How can I find? I will share, definitely I will share. You can search my Instagram account, Varna Vision. I'll share it over here itself before leaving. Um, what we are okay, what we are like to guys, what we are discussing about, come on, we are discussing about the UX part. Yeah, I will share this is my mail ID, my Gmail ID. Okay. Uh, Come on, come on, come on, come on. Where we discuss about UX part and we go a detailed version of UI part. You guys discuss about how is the login pages. So we solve few of the solution problems like how gonna log in, how the home page looks like. Yes, come on. Oh my God, Muxila. I think Musia. Oh my God, this is very difficult to pronounce. Mm, I have 5 more minutes, guys. Let's stop. Let's finish these classes. So we design a very good. You guys likes this? You guys likes the way we present the application and all. If you want to present in other screens also, there are a lot of devices and you have to practice more and more. There are a lot of designing solution and you go through it, do by yourself. You will get you will get fun over there. I You can also, guys can open this camera. I can see you and I want to take a picture of you guys. Yes. Where is our others? I just want to take a picture. It means me a lot. Hi.
Hi.
Okay, I understand. I understand, guys. So 5 more minutes. Do you have any doubt? Quick doubt, please let me know.
We can create website without front-end or back-end section.
For the website, you need a
Yeah,
more
yeah.
section?
No, without front-end or back-end section, in only the design, you can um connect with link. You mention
Mm-hmm.
it, yeah, like this.
Yeah, we can design the website, web applications, mobile smartphones, and all the stuff. All the digital project you can do.
Can you teach us?
Sorry?
Can you teach us?
Yeah, I'll teach you. If I got an opportunity, I will. I don't like to do virtually, be frankly. I need face to face. So the
Okay,
face to
thank
face,
you.
thank you. If it's a
That
face
that
to
would
face, it's
that would be good. Face to face.
yeah, face to face means you have a lot of problems. Like you are not doing with me. You're just looking at my screen. I feel so bad about it. But yeah, if it's a face to face, we can do it by together.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other 3 more minutes? 3 more minutes. Someone was asking about the buttons.
Mm.
Yes. Yeah, the button. The button, I will create once more. For creating the button, I'll do this rough here. For creating a button, just draw a rectangle. Okay, the rectangle. So you have to first we have to make sure the edges look so weird. So we can do it like 20. Now 20 or 10 or whatever. So now let's zoom it. So now the edges are look so perfect. Next is I understand, guys. You just mail it. I will clear the doubts. So I just color the button. Okay. I just color the button and I just give the text and I say button. Okay. The text is button. Okay. You can add with the icons also. So this is very dark color. So white, black will not choose it. So it goes to white and I kept it over here. But the problem is if I kept it over here and all, it will not align in the middle. So for the alignment, I just select both of the button and I give auto layout. That's it. The button is here. If you want, change the colors, linear. There are a lot of color changes also. If I got a good opportunity, I will teach the color methodologies also. See, the button is changed. It looks so good now. Hope you understand the buttons. I have 1 more minute. Last 1 moment. So give me a good feedback to your hosting day and say bye. Yes, you have to do NASA project. You're doing the website. Okay, you can do the website as well. You can do the connections. You have to do it for the website. Just just go through the frame, and the frame is desktop, and choose the desktop frame so you can get the desktop and do the desktop over here. All the works on the here. Instead of instead of mobile screen, you can go do this. And this, like, you can drag it down. You can increase the size of your website. Need to get a good size, so you can drag it down. Okay, drag it and for one page to one page, copy page and just link it and give the demonstration. It will help you. Okay, bye guys. See you. Bye bye. See you. Sure. I'm getting a lot of good comments. Thank you. Bye. So I'm closing that. Say once again, thank you. I will share my Instagram account if you guys want it. My Instagram have a lot of activities. I have designed it and all. So Instagram is my profile. This is my profile. This is all my works. You can go through it. You can where's I just copy this. Where I should have copied my link. Right. Yes, this is my link. Okay. Go through it. Thank you. Thank you so much.